Prologue. The fever and the lie. The thermometer beeped its damning verdict. 104.1 degrees Fahrenheit. My hands shook as I pressed my lips to Luca's burning forehead, that instinctive maternal gesture that had been passed down through generations of desperate mothers. But this wasn't just fever. This was my 7-month-old son's body waging a war it might not win, and I was helpless, alone, and running out of time. The pediatrician's voicemail mocked me with its cheerful recording. The urgent care clinic had closed 20 minutes ago. And Boston's October rain hammered against my apartment windows like an accusation, reminding me of every choice that had led to this moment. Standing in a cramped bathroom with peeling linoleum, holding my dying child, because I'd been too proud, too stubborn, too afraid to ask for help from the one man who could provide it. The one man I'd sworn never to contact again. Luca whimpered against my chest, his tiny fist clutching my shirt with weakening strength. His dark hair, Giovanni's hair, was damp with sweat, plastered to his scalp in a way that made him look even smaller, even more fragile. When his eyes fluttered open, I saw my ex-husband staring back at me through our son's face. Those deep brown eyes that had once promised me forever, then taught me that forever was just another beautiful lie men told to possess what they wanted. "Mama," Luca whispered, the word barely a breath. Something inside me cracked. I'd left Giovanni Moretti 15 months ago. Walked away from the marble floors and crystal chandeliers, from the suffocating silence of a marriage that looked like a fairy tale from the outside but felt like drowning in silk sheets. I'd taken nothing but my dignity and the secret growing in my womb. A child he'd made clear he never wanted, a vulnerability he'd warned me was too dangerous to exist in his world. "Children are targets," he'd said. His voice flat and final. "Liabilities. Anyone in my position knows better than to give the world that kind of leverage." So I'd protected my son the only way I knew how. By keeping him secret. By building a life in Boston where Giovanni's shadow couldn't reach us. By working 60-hour weeks at a mid-tier law firm that paid barely enough to cover rent and daycare. Telling myself that struggling alone was better than being owned by a man who dealt in violence and called it business. But pride couldn't cure meningitis. Dignity didn't lower fevers. And right now, watching my son's consciousness flicker like a candle in the wind, I understood with brutal clarity that I'd been protecting the wrong thing all along. I'd been protecting my own wounded heart instead of his life. The decision crystallized in that moment, sharp and cold as a blade. I would call Giovanni. I would tell him about Luca. I would beg for his help if I had to. Prostrate myself before the man who'd kept me at arm's length for 2 years of marriage, who'd never let me past the walls he'd built around himself. And then, when my son was safe, when Giovanni believed I'd come crawling back out of need and desperation, I would make him pay for every moment he'd made me feel powerless. Every time he'd shut me out. Every cold shoulder, every cancelled dinner. Every night I'd lain awake wondering if I was a wife or just another beautiful possession in his collection. I would take everything from him, the way he'd taken everything from me. Not his money. Money was easy, meaningless. I would take his control. His empire. His carefully constructed world where he was always 3 steps ahead. Always in command. I would dismantle it piece by piece, using the same tools he'd taught me during our marriage. Patience, strategy, and the art of making people believe exactly what you wanted them to believe. But first I had to save our son. I grabbed my phone with trembling fingers, staring at the screen like it was a weapon that could destroy me as easily as save Luca. I didn't have Giovanni's number anymore. I deleted it the day I'd moved to Boston, a symbolic gesture that had felt empowering at the time. Now it felt like foolishness, like cutting off my own hand and calling it freedom. My attorney would have it. Margaret had handled the divorce with ruthless efficiency, negotiating a settlement that had let me walk away clean, asking for nothing. She'd thought I was noble. She didn't understand that I'd asked for nothing because I'd wanted nothing from him. No ties, no obligations, no excuses for him to find me later. I dialed her number. It rang 4 times before her crisp voice answered. "Lauren. It's past 10. Is everything all right? I need Giovanni's phone number." Silence stretched across the line, heavy with judgment. "That's not a good idea." The divorce was contentious enough without. My son is in the hospital. The lie came easily, smoothly. I was already in the emergency room in my mind, already living the nightmare that was minutes away. They need his father's medical history. It's urgent, Margaret. Another pause, longer this time. I heard her sigh, the sound of someone deciding which rule to break. 5 minutes. I'll text it to you. Those 5 minutes felt like drowning. I paced my tiny bathroom. 7 steps one direction, 7 steps back, counting them to keep the panic at bay. Luca had gone terrifyingly quiet against my chest. His breathing shallow and rapid. I pressed my cheek to his head, memorizing the weight of him, the warmth, the smell of baby shampoo, and something sweeter underneath that was uniquely his. "Hold on, baby," I whispered. "Just hold on a little longer." The text arrived. 10 digits that used to be muscle memory, that I'd once known better than my own social security number. I stared at them until they blurred, until they stopped being numbers and became a door I was about to walk through, knowing I could never walk back. My finger hovered over the call button. This was the moment. Choice. Once I made this call, once I spoke Giovanni's name and admitted I needed him, everything would change. The careful life I'd built would collapse. The independence I'd fought for would evaporate. He would come for Luca, and he would come for me. But underneath the fear, underneath the anger and wounded pride, something else stirred. Something dark and hungry that had been sleeping for 15 months, waiting for exactly this moment. Good, that voice whispered. Let him come. Let him think he's won. Let him believe you're the same woman who left him. Broken, desperate, crawling back. And then show him what you've become. Press call. The phone rang once. 3 times. I counted each one like heartbeats, like the seconds of Luca's life ticking away. On the 4th ring, when I'd started to believe he wouldn't answer, that some cosmic joke would make me leave a voicemail begging for help. "Who is this?" His voice hit me like a physical blow. Deeper than I remembered, rough with something that might have been sleep or annoyance. That particular tone that meant Giovanni Moretti was instantly alert, instantly calculating, instantly dangerous. For a moment I couldn't speak. Couldn't force words past the tightness in my throat, the weight of everything this phone call meant. "Who is this?" he repeated, sharper now. Impatient. "Giovanni." His name tasted like ashes and gasoline on my tongue, like something that would either save me or burn me alive. "It's Lauren. I need to tell you something." The silence that followed was absolute. I could hear him breathing, controlled and measured, could imagine him sitting up in whatever expensive bed he occupied. His mind already racing through possibilities, calculating why his ex-wife would call him after 15 months of silence. When he finally spoke, his voice had changed. Gone cold, hard, stripped of anything resembling warmth. "Lauren, how did you get this number?" "That doesn't matter." I forced steel into my voice, even as my arms tightened around Luca's limp body. "I need your medical history. Right now. Blood type, genetic conditions, immune disorders, anything that could be relevant." "What?" The word came sharp as a gunshot. "Why would you possibly need my medical history at?" I heard rustling, probably him checking a clock. 10:30 at night after 15 months of radio silence. The emergency room doors burst open in my mind, the future rushing toward me with terrible inevitability. I had maybe 30 seconds to convince him, to make him understand without making him suspicious, without revealing too much too soon. Because our son is in the hospital with a 104-degree fever, and they think it might be meningitis, and they need to know if there are any genetic factors before they do a spinal tap. The words tumbled out in one desperate breath, each one a bullet I was firing at the careful life I'd built, destroying it deliberately, watching it burn. The silence that followed was different. Absolute. Like the moment between lightning and thunder when the entire world holds still, waiting for the destruction to arrive. "What did you just say?" This was it. The lie that would open every door. The truth that would destroy everything. The bait I was laying for a trap that would take months to spring. "We have a son." I let my voice crack, let tears leak into the words. Real tears born of genuine terror for Luca, but useful nonetheless. His name is Luca. He's 7 months old and he's sick, Giovanni. He's so sick and I don't know what to do, and they need your medical information now or they can't treat him properly. Another silence. This one felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, feeling the ground crumble beneath my feet. 7 months. His voice had gone flat, emotionless in a way that scared me more than anger would have. That particular tone I remembered from our marriage, the one that meant he was calculating, planning, deciding someone's fate with cold precision. You've had a child for 7 months and you never told me. Giovanni, I know you're angry. Where are you? The demand cut through my explanation like a knife. Boston General Hospital. But you don't need to. Don't move. His voice dropped to something dangerous, something barely contained. I'll be there in 3 hours. 3 hours. That's impossible. It's a 4-hour drive and... I said 3 hours. Put the doctor on the phone. Something in his tone made me understand. He wasn't driving. He was flying. Probably calling for a helicopter even as he spoke to me. Mobilizing resources I'd forgotten he possessed. Demonstrating the kind of power I'd spent 15 months trying to escape. The kind of power I was going to take from him. The doctor isn't here yet. We're still in triage. Then go to the fucking emergency room, Lauren. Right now. Get our son to a hospital and keep him alive until I get there. He hung up. I stood there for a moment, phone pressed to my ear, listening to dead air. Feeling the weight of what I'd just set in motion, the machinery I'd activated, the trap I'd baited with the most precious thing in my world. Luca stirred against my chest, a weak cry escaping his parched lips. It's okay, baby, I whispered, grabbing the diaper bag with shaking hands, checking for his insurance card. His favorite stuffed rabbit, everything we'd need. Daddy's coming. And Mama's going to make everything okay. But which everything I didn't specify. Luca's health, yes. That was real, urgent, the only thing that mattered right now. But the other everything, the broken pieces of my life, the powerlessness I'd felt during our marriage, the way Giovanni had made me feel like I was slowly disappearing behind the role of his perfect wife, that everything required a different kind of cure. That everything required revenge. The elevator in my building was broken again. I took the stairs, counting each one, focusing on the physical effort to keep the terror at bay. 4 flights. Luca's cries had quieted to a weak whimper that scared me more than wailing. At least crying meant he had strength to protest. This terrible stillness meant his body was giving up, shutting down, surrendering to whatever infection raged through his bloodstream. Outside, Boston's October night had turned vicious. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees since I'd come home from work, and the sky opened up just as I reached my car. Heavy, cold rain that soaked through my blouse in seconds. I strapped Luca into his car seat with trembling fingers, checking twice that it was secure, that he was breathing, that his eyes were still open even if they were half-focused and glassy. Stay with me, I told him, my voice breaking for real now. No performance necessary. Please, Luca, stay with me. The hospital was 12 minutes away. I made it in 8, running 2 red lights and not caring about consequences. Let them give me tickets. Let them arrest me. None of it mattered if Luca wasn't okay. The emergency room entrance glowed harsh and bright against the stormy darkness. I ran through the automatic doors, rain streaming down my face, mixing with tears I hadn't realized I was crying. I need help. My voice came out raw, desperate. My son has a high fever and he's not responding normally. The triage nurse took one look at Luca and called for immediate assistance. Suddenly we were surrounded by people in scrubs, asking questions I could barely process. Age, weight, medical history, allergies, current medications. Is the father present? Someone asked. I looked at the nurse who'd spoken, young, efficient, holding a clipboard like a shield. He's on his way, I heard myself say. And then, because I needed to start building the narrative now, needed to lay the groundwork for everything that would come after. We're divorced, but I called him. He should be here soon. The nurse nodded sympathetically, making a note. We'll need his medical history when he arrives. Right now, let's focus on getting your son stabilized. They whisked Luca away through double doors I wasn't allowed to pass. A kind-faced woman in purple scrubs guided me to a small waiting room with harsh lighting and plastic chairs that had been sat in by too many desperate people before me. Someone will update you shortly. Try to stay calm. Stay calm. As if that was possible when my entire world was 7 months old and burning up somewhere beyond those impenetrable doors. I collapsed into one of the chairs, my wet clothes leaving dark patches on the plastic. My phone buzzed. Probably my attorney, worried about what she'd just facilitated. I ignored it, pulled out a compact mirror from my purse instead, studying my reflection in the fluorescent light. Wet hair plastered to my skull. Mascara smudged beneath red-rimmed eyes. Lips pale with fear. I looked exactly like what I was supposed to look like. A desperate mother who'd run out of options. Perfect. I fixed my makeup carefully, precisely. Wiped away the raccoon eyes. Added a touch of concealer to look exhausted but not hysterical. Let my hair stay messy. That added authenticity. When Giovanni arrived, he needed to see a woman who'd been broken by circumstance, not one who'd been planning his destruction. The minutes stretched like taffy, elastic and endless. I stared at the motivational poster on the wall, something about hope and healing, and felt nothing but cold calculation settling into my bones. Giovanni Moretti was coming. The man who'd kept me at arm's length for 2 years of marriage while enjoying all the benefits of having a beautiful, accomplished wife. The man who'd shut me out of his real life while expecting me to play my role perfectly in public. The man who'd told me children were dangerous, that family was weakness, that love was just another liability in his world of calculated risks. He was about to discover he'd created his greatest liability after all. Not Luca, never Luca. Our son was innocent, perfect, deserving of every protection. No, Giovanni's greatest liability was me. Because I'd learned from the best. 2 years of watching him operate, of studying how he negotiated, how he manipulated, how he turned people's emotions into weapons against them. 2 years of being shut out had taught me exactly how he thought, what he valued, where his weaknesses hid beneath all that carefully constructed control. And now I was going to use everything he'd taught me to destroy him. The thought should have scared me. Should have made me question my own sanity, my morals, whether revenge was worth the cost. But as I sat in that sterile waiting room, listening to the storm rage outside, I felt nothing but certainty. Cold, hard, absolute certainty. Giovanni had made me powerless once. He'd made me feel small and scared and dependent, like I needed his protection to exist in his dangerous world. He would never make me feel that way again. This time, when he looked at me, he would see exactly what he expected to see. A desperate ex-wife who needed him, who'd been forced by circumstances to come crawling back, who would accept any terms just to keep their son safe. He would never see the knife I was sharpening. Never suspect that every tear, every plea, every moment of seeming vulnerability was just another move in a game he didn't know we were playing. By the time he realized what I'd become, it would be too late. The double doors burst open. A doctor appeared, young and tired-looking, with kind eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Ms. Grant. I'm Dr. Sullivan. Your son is stable for now, but we need to run some tests. His fever is concerning and we want to rule out some serious infections. What kind of infections? Meningitis is our primary concern. We'll need to do a lumbar puncture, a spinal tap. It's the only way to know for certain, but I need you to authorize the procedure. And I need complete medical history, particularly his father's. Does he have any history of immune disorders, genetic conditions, anything we should know about? I let my face crumble, let real fear show through. I don't know much. His father and I aren't in contact. Haven't been since the divorce. Is there any way to reach him? This could be crucial. Blood type alone might help us. And if there are any genetic factors we should be aware of. I called him. I looked up at Dr. Sullivan, let him see the terror and exhaustion I was feeling. He's on his way. He said 3 hours. The doctor's eyebrows rose slightly. He can get here from New York in 3 hours. So he'd done his homework. Had probably run Giovanni's name through some database. Discovered exactly who I'd been married to. Let the hospital staff be impressed by Giovanni's resources. His power. His ability to bend reality to his will. It would make his fall so much more satisfying. He has means, I said quietly. And he's not the kind of man who lets obstacles stop him from getting what he wants. Dr. Sullivan nodded slowly. We'll begin preparations for the lumbar puncture. When Mr. Moretti arrives, we'll need him to provide comprehensive medical history. In the meantime, you can see Luca for a few minutes, but then we'll need to prep him for the procedure. He led me through sterile hallways to a small pediatric room where Luca lay in a hospital crib that made him look impossibly tiny. Someone had changed him into a hospital gown decorated with cartoon animals. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow but steady. His cheeks flushed with fever. I reached through the crib bars and took his small hand. His fingers curled around mine instinctively, even in sleep. I'm sorry, I whispered, low enough that no one could hear. I'm so sorry, baby. I should have protected you better. Should have been stronger. I stroked his damp hair, felt my heart crack in my chest. But I promise you, Luca, your father is coming and he's going to make sure you get everything you need. The best doctors, the best treatment, every resource he has. Because whatever else Giovanni Moretti is, whatever darkness lives inside him, he doesn't do anything halfway. I leaned closer, pressed my lips to my son's burning forehead. And when you're safe, when you're healthy, Mama is going to make sure that Daddy learns exactly what happens when you underestimate the woman you once promised forever. Thunder rattled the windows. Lightning split the sky. Somewhere above Boston, a helicopter was flying through the storm, carrying a man who thought he was coming to save his son. He had no idea he was flying straight into a trap that had been 15 months in the making. I smiled in the darkness of the pediatric room, my hand still holding my son's. Let him come. Let the game begin. Chapter 1. Ashes of a Marriage. The helicopter landed on Boston General's rooftop helipad at exactly 1:47 a.m. I knew because I'd been watching the clock on the waiting room wall for the past 3 hours, counting down the minutes until Giovanni Moretti walked back into my life. Each second had felt like a small death, a rehearsal for the performance I was about to give. Dr. Sullivan appeared in the doorway. His expression carefully neutral in that way medical professionals mastered when dealing with complicated family situations. Ms. Grant, Mr. Moretti has arrived. He's being escorted down now. I stood, smoothing my damp blouse with trembling hands, a gesture that was only half performed. The other half was genuine nerves, the kind that came from knowing you were about to face the man who'd once held your heart and crushed it with casual indifference. How's Luca? Stable. We've started broad-spectrum antibiotics while we wait for culture results. The lumbar puncture will happen within the hour, but having his father's medical history will help us narrow our approach. Dr. Sullivan paused, studying my face. Are you prepared for this? I understand your divorce was recent. 15 months ago, I said quietly. And no, I'm not prepared. But Luca doesn't care about my feelings. He needs his father here. The truth of that statement burned. Luca did need Giovanni, needed his resources, his power, his ability to command the best medical care money could buy. My son's life depended on the very things I'd run from. The irony wasn't lost on me. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Multiple sets, moving with military precision. I recognized that sound from our marriage. Giovanni never traveled alone, always surrounded by men who carried guns under their expensive suits and called it protection. Then he appeared. Giovanni Moretti, at almost 2 a.m, looked like he'd stepped out of a boardroom rather than a bed. Black suit perfectly tailored, not a thread out of place despite the helicopter ride through a storm. His dark hair was slightly damp, pushed back from his face in a way that highlighted the sharp line of his jaw, the scar on his chin that I'd once traced with my fingers in the dark. But it was his eyes that stopped my breath. Those deep brown eyes that had once looked at me with something resembling affection, before I'd understood that affection wasn't the same as love, and possession wasn't the same as partnership. Now they held nothing but cold fury barely leashed. He stopped 3 feet away, close enough that I could smell his cologne, cedar and something darker that I'd never been able to identify. Close enough that I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands flexed at his sides like he was restraining himself from reaching for me. Or strangling me. Hard to tell with Giovanni. Where is he? Not hello. Not are you okay? Just straight to the point, because in Giovanni's world, efficiency was everything and emotions were weaknesses to exploit. They're prepping him for the spinal tap, I said, keeping my voice soft, beaten down. Let him see the exhaustion, the fear, the desperation that had driven me to call him. Dr. Sullivan needs your medical history first. Giovanni's gaze flicked to the doctor, who'd been watching our interaction with obvious interest. Let's make this quick. They moved to a quiet corner, speaking in low tones I couldn't quite hear. I watched Giovanni pull out his phone, scroll through something, probably medical records he kept digitized because of course he did, while answering the doctor's questions with clipped precision. Blood type. AB negative. We're less than 1% of the population. Family history. Father died of a heart attack at 52. Mother lived to 78, cancer. A younger sister who died in childhood. Something Giovanni had never mentioned during our marriage, a piece of vulnerability he'd kept locked away. I filed that information carefully. Every weakness, every crack in his armor, was ammunition I'd need later. The consultation lasted 10 minutes. When Giovanni finished, Dr. Sullivan looked considerably more confident, already adjusting his treatment approach based on the information provided. This is very helpful, Mr. Moretti. We'll move forward with the procedure now. You're welcome to wait here or I want to see him first. It wasn't a request. Dr. Sullivan nodded, the universal acknowledgement that men like Giovanni Moretti didn't take no for an answer. Of course. Follow me. Giovanni's eyes found mine across the waiting room. Come. The command sent heat spiraling through my stomach, anger and something else I didn't want to acknowledge. 2 years of marriage had conditioned certain responses, trained me to move when he spoke in that particular tone. I'd spent 15 months unlearning that conditioning. Now I had to pretend it still worked. I followed them through the sterile corridors, my wet shoes squeaking against the linoleum. Giovanni walked ahead, his stride purposeful and controlled, flanked by 2 of his men who'd materialized from somewhere. They looked out of place in the hospital, too hard-edged, too aware of their surroundings in a way that suggested training beyond normal security work. We reached Luca's room. Giovanni stopped in the doorway, his entire body going still in a way I recognized. That particular frozen moment when he was processing information, calculating, adjusting his worldview to accommodate new data. He was seeing his son for the first time. Luca lay in the hospital crib, tiny and vulnerable, hooked up to monitors and 4 lines. The fever had left his cheeks flushed, his dark hair, Giovanni's hair, damp with sweat. Even sick, even unconscious, the resemblance was striking. The shape of his nose, the line of his jaw, the way his fingers curled even in sleep. There would be no paternity test. No question of biology. Looking at them in the same room left zero doubt that Luca was Giovanni Moretti's son. Giovanni moved forward slowly, like approaching something precious and breakable. He stopped beside the crib, one hand gripping the rail so tightly his knuckles went white. For a long moment he said nothing. Just stared at our son with an expression I'd never seen on his face before. Raw, unfiltered, stripped of every defense he usually maintained. "Hello, Luca," he finally said. His voice rough with something that might have been emotion. "I'm your father." He reached through the bars, touched Luca's small hand with surprising gentleness. Our son's fingers curled instinctively around Giovanni's thumb, holding on even in fever-induced sleep. Something shifted in Giovanni's expression, hardened and softened simultaneously, crystallizing into a determination that sent cold warning through my chest. "I'm never leaving you again," he said quietly, and I heard the promise beneath the words. A vow. The declaration of ownership that Giovanni Moretti made when he decided something belonged to him. My son had just become his. And where Luca went, I would have to follow. Perfect. Dr. Sullivan cleared his throat. "We need to begin the procedure. It'll take about 30 minutes. You can wait in the consultation room down the hall. It's more comfortable than the general waiting area." "I want to stay," Giovanni said without looking away from Luca. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Hospital policy." Giovanni finally turned, and whatever Dr. Sullivan saw in his face made the doctor take an involuntary step back. "I've just discovered I have a son who's fighting for his life," Giovanni said, his voice dropping to something dangerous and controlled. "I've missed 7 months of his existence because his mother kept him secret. I'm not leaving this room unless you physically remove me, and I promise you, doctor, that won't end well for anyone." The two men flanking Giovanni shifted slightly, a subtle movement that communicated volumes about how far they were willing to go to enforce their employer's wishes. Dr. Sullivan looked at me, silently asking for help. Played my part. Stepped forward, placed a hand on Giovanni's arm, the first time I'd touched him in 15 months. His muscles tensed under my fingers, his body remembering my touch even if his mind rejected it. "Giovanni, please. They need space to work. You can't help Luca by intimidating his doctors." He looked down at me, and for a moment I saw past the fury to something more complicated. Hurt maybe. Betrayal. The wounded pride of a man who'd discovered he had less control than he believed. "You kept him from me," he said quietly, "for my ears only. For 7 months you kept my son from me. So forgive me if I'm not inclined to be reasonable right now, Lauren." My name on his lips felt like a curse and a caress. I held his gaze, let him see what he expected to see. Guilt, fear, exhaustion. "I know. And we'll talk about that, I promise. But right now Luca needs us to be calm. To let these people do their jobs." I softened my voice, let it break slightly. "Please, Giovanni. For him." Something in his expression shifted. The fury didn't disappear. Giovanni Moretti didn't let go of anger easily, but it banked, controlled, channeled into that cold focus he wielded like a weapon. "Fine." He released the crib rail, but his eyes stayed on Luca. 30 minutes. Then I want a full update." "Of course, Mr. Moretti." We left the room, Giovanni moving like a caged predator forced into temporary restraint. His men peeled off somewhere, taking up positions in the hallway with the practiced efficiency of soldiers securing a perimeter. The consultation room was indeed more comfortable. Leather chairs instead of plastic, better lighting, a coffee maker that looked like it produced something drinkable. Giovanni went straight to the window, staring out at the storm-lashed city with his hands clasped behind his back. Military posture. The stance of a man who'd learned discipline young and never unlearned it. Silence stretched between us, heavy with 15 months of absence and 7 months of secrets. I let it build, let him be the one to break it. In negotiations, Giovanni had taught me, the first person to speak from discomfort usually lost. "When did you know?" His voice was calm, conversational even. But I recognized the danger in that tone. The careful control that preceded calculated violence. "About a month after the divorce was finalized." I sat down in one of the leather chairs, projecting exhaustion I didn't entirely have to fake. "I was already in Boston. Already starting over. And you chose not to tell me. You made your position on children very clear during our marriage." "I said they were dangerous." Giovanni turned from the window, his dark eyes pinning me in place. "I never said I didn't want them. You said anyone in your position knows better than to give the world that kind of leverage. That family was liability. That love was weakness." The words came out sharper than I'd intended, real emotion bleeding through my performance. "What was I supposed to think, Giovanni? That you'd suddenly changed your mind when I showed up pregnant with your child? You were supposed to tell me." He crossed the space between us in 3 strides, looming over my chair with barely restrained fury. You were supposed to give me the choice, Lauren. Not make it for me. I stood, refusing to let him use his height as intimidation. We were close now, close enough that I could see the exhaustion around his eyes, the lines that had deepened since I'd left him. Like you gave me choices during our marriage. Kept my voice level, controlled. Like you let me into your real life, let me understand what I was actually married to. You kept me in the dark for 2 years, Giovanni. Treated me like a decorative accessory who needed to look pretty at your side and ask no questions. So forgive me if I didn't trust you with the most important thing in my world. His jaw clenched. I kept you in the dark to protect you. You kept me in the dark to control me. There's a difference. We stared at each other, the air between us charged with anger and something more dangerous. History. Chemistry. The complicated tangle of love and resentment that came from a marriage that had burned hot and fast before collapsing into ash. Giovanni's hand came up, and for a moment I thought he might touch my face. Instead, his fingers curled into a fist at his side. You think you know what my world is like, he said quietly. You think 2 years of marriage gave you insight into the danger I deal with every day. But you have no idea, Lauren. The things I've done to keep that darkness from touching you, the threats I've neutralized before you even knew they existed. I kept you separate because the moment you became truly part of my world, you became a target. And look how well that worked out. I gestured toward the hallway, toward Luca's room. I left you, built a separate life, kept Luca completely hidden from your world. And somehow, he still ended up in a hospital bed fighting an infection that could kill him. So tell me, Giovanni, did all your protective distance actually protect anything? Or did it just make us both lonely? The question landed harder than I'd intended. I saw it in the way his expression flickered, genuine hurt crossing his features before he locked it down behind that mask of control. You were lonely, he said flatly. I was busy keeping us alive. Keeping yourself alive. I was never part of your calculations, Giovanni. I was just the beautiful wife who looked good at benefits and didn't ask uncomfortable questions. And when I started asking questions, when I started demanding to actually know the man I'd married, you shut down, shut me out. Made it very clear that there were parts of yourself I would never be allowed to see. Because those parts would have terrified you. Try me. The challenge hung between us. Giovanni's eyes darkened, something dangerous stirring in their depths. You want the truth. Fine. He stepped closer, invading my space in that particular way he had of using his physical presence as a weapon. I run a multi-million-dollar import business that's completely legitimate. I also control territory that 3 other organizations want, manage relationships with people who solve problems with violence, and make decisions every day that keep dozens of families employed and alive. I've killed men who threaten my operations. I've ordered executions for betrayals. I've done things that would make you sick if you knew the details. He paused, his face inches from mine. That's why I kept you separate. 'Cause you're good, Lauren. Genuinely good in a way that's rare in my world. And I didn't want that goodness tainted by the blood on my hands. Didn't want you looking at me the way you're looking at me right now. Like I'm a monster you need to protect our son from. I don't think you're a monster. The lie came easily, smoothly. Inside, I felt only cold satisfaction that he'd finally confirmed what I'd always suspected. I think you're dangerous. I think you operate in a world that has different rules than the one I was raised in. And I think you're capable of terrible things when you decide they're necessary. I held his gaze, let him see something I carefully manufactured. Not fear but acceptance. But you're also Luca's father. And right now he needs you. Needs your resources, your protection, your ability to command the best medical care available. So whatever history we have, whatever anger you're feeling toward me, it has to wait. Our son comes first. Something shifted in Giovanni's expression. Surprise, maybe, that I wasn't cowering or crying or doing any of the things he might have expected. Agreed, he said finally. Luca comes first. Everything else is secondary. He stepped back, creating distance, and I felt like I could breathe again. Giovanni's proximity had always done strange things to my nervous system, flooded it with adrenaline and desire in equal measure, made it hard to think clearly. 15 months hadn't changed that. If anything, absence had sharpened the effect. Dangerous. This was dangerous. I needed to be clear-headed, focused, calculating. Couldn't let old chemistry interfere with new strategy. When Luca is stable, Giovanni continued, his tone shifting into something more businesslike, we need to discuss arrangements. What kind of arrangements? Custody. Living situation. Security. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through something with practiced efficiency. You're living in Boston, working at a mid-tier firm, barely making rent from what I can tell. That ends now. Heat flared in my chest. Genuine anger that required no performance. Excuse me. You're struggling, Lauren. Don't bother denying it. I had you investigated the moment I hung up the phone tonight. He looked up from his screen, his expression matter-of-fact. Late on rent twice in the past 6 months. Daycare costs eating up a third of your salary. Medical bills from Luca's 2-month checkup that you're paying off in installments. You're drowning financially, and our son deserves better. How dare you? I dare because he's my son too. And because the moment I confirmed his existence, he became a target for anyone who wants to hurt me. Which means you both need protection you can't afford on a junior associate's salary. He pocketed his phone, his attention fully on me now. So here's what's going to happen. You're moving back to New York. I have a property in Westchester. 40 acres, state-of-the-art security, staff I've personally vetted. You and Luca will live there, where I can ensure your safety. Absolutely not. This isn't a negotiation. Everything is a negotiation, Giovanni. You taught me that. I crossed my arms, projecting a confidence I was manufacturing moment by moment. I'm not giving up my career, my independence, my entire life because you've suddenly decided to play father. I'm not playing anything. His voice dropped to something dangerous. I missed 7 months of my son's life because of your choices. I'm not missing another day. And I'm certainly not leaving him vulnerable in a city where I have limited resources and no control over security threats. Then visit. Come to Boston regularly. We'll work out a custody arrangement that gives you time with him without requiring me to move back into your sphere of influence. Giovanni laughed, a sound entirely devoid of humor. You think I'm going to trust you with unsupervised custody after you kept him secret for 7 months? You've proven you can't be trusted to act in his best interests. The accusation stung, partly because there was truth in it, partly because he wielded it so effectively. I acted to protect him from becoming exactly what you said children were. A target, a liability, leverage someone could use against you. I stepped closer, let him see the steel beneath my exhaustion. Every choice I made was about keeping him safe from your world, Giovanni. Maybe those choices were wrong. Maybe I should have trusted you. But don't you dare suggest I wasn't acting in his best interests. We stared at each other, locked in a battle of wills that felt familiar and new all at once. During our marriage, I'd usually been the one to back down first. Giovanni's dominance had been absolute. His control so carefully maintained that challenging him had felt futile. But I wasn't that woman anymore. New York is non-negotiable, Giovanni finally said. But I'm willing to compromise on the rest. You want independence. Fine. Work for me. My companies need legal consultants, corporate law specialists who understand compliance and risk management. I'll pay you what you're worth, which is considerably more than your current firm. I wanted to refuse on principle. Wanted to maintain the independence I'd fought for. But this was exactly what I needed. Access to his operations, his businesses, his vulnerabilities. A position that would let me gather information, build a case, prepare for the dismantling I had planned. Joint custody, I countered. Legal decision-making power split evenly. I wanted in writing that you can't make major choices about Luca's life without my agreement. Done. And I maintain my own residence. I'm not living with you, Giovanni. Whatever co-parenting relationship we develop, it doesn't include cohabitation. His jaw tightened. The property in Westchester has a guest house. Separate entrance, full privacy. You'd be on the grounds but not under my roof. That was actually better than I'd hoped. Close enough to observe, separate enough to maintain the illusion of independence. I want to see the employment contract before I agree to anything. And I want my own attorney to review it. Agreed. Giovanni pulled out his phone again, typed something quickly. My lawyer will have a draft to you within 24 hours. Fair market value plus benefits. Full transparency on job requirements. Dr. Sullivan appeared in the doorway. His timing perfect or terrible depending on perspective. Mr. Moretti, Ms. Grant, the procedure is complete. Luca did very well. We'll have preliminary results in a few hours. Full cultures in 2 to 3 days. But his vitals are strong, and the fever is already responding to the antibiotics we've administered. Relief washed through me, genuine and overwhelming. I felt my knees weaken, my careful control cracking under the weight of maternal fear I'd been suppressing. Giovanni's hand landed on my elbow, steadying me with casual strength. He's okay. My voice came out rough, raw. He's going to be fine, Dr. Sullivan assured us, smiling. You can see him now. He's groggy but conscious. We followed him back to Luca's room. Our son was indeed awake, looking small and confused and miserable in his hospital crib. When he saw me, his face crumpled and he reached out with both arms. Mama! I went to him immediately, lifting him despite the 4 lines, holding his warm weight against my chest. He buried his face in my neck, making the small hiccuping sounds that meant he was fighting tears. I'm here, baby. Mama's here. You're okay. Over his head, I saw Giovanni watching us with that same raw expression from earlier. Like he was witnessing something he'd never expected to have, never prepared himself to want. Luca, I said softly, turning so our son could see him. There's someone here who wants to meet you. Someone very important. Giovanni moved forward slowly, his usual confidence tempered by something that looked like uncertainty. He stopped beside us, and when he spoke, his voice was gentle in a way I'd never heard before. Hello, Luca. I'm your papa. Luca studied him with serious brown eyes, Giovanni's eyes, taking in the stranger who somehow felt familiar. Then, with the fearless trust only children possessed, he reached out one small hand and grabbed Giovanni's nose. Giovanni froze. Then, incredibly, he smiled. It transformed his entire face, stripped away the hard edges and dangerous control, leaving something almost vulnerable in its wake. That's right, he said, his voice rough with emotion. I'm your papa. And I promise you, little one, I'm never leaving you again. No matter what. He looked at me over Luca's head, and I saw the promise in his eyes. A vow. The declaration that everything had changed now, that the rules we'd lived by for 15 months no longer applied. Giovanni Moretti had discovered he was a father, and that meant war was coming. But as I held our son and watched Giovanni gently disengage his nose from Luca's grip, I felt only cold satisfaction settling in my bones. Let him make his promises. Let him believe he was taking control, establishing dominance, securing his claim on what belonged to him. He had no idea I'd been preparing for this since the moment I'd dialed his number. He had no idea that every concession he thought he'd won was exactly what I needed to destroy him. And by the time he figured it out, it would be far too late. I smiled at Giovanni over our son's head. Let him interpret it as gratitude or acceptance or whatever narrative he was building in his mind. Inside, I was already counting down to his destruction. Chapter 2. The Devil's Offer. 3 weeks later, I stood in the marble foyer of Giovanni's Westchester estate, watching movers carry boxes into the guest house while Luca napped against my shoulder, oblivious to the fact that his mother had just sold her soul for square footage and security cameras. The property was exactly what Giovanni had promised, 40 acres of manicured grounds surrounded by stone walls that looked decorative but were reinforced with steel. Cameras positioned at strategic intervals. Hidden among the landscaping with a kind of attention to detail that suggested military consultation. Guards who moved with the casual lethality of men who'd killed before and would again if necessary. A fortress disguised as a home. Perfect for keeping threats out. Also perfect for keeping me in. Mrs. Moretti, where would you like the nursery furniture? I turned to find one of the movers waiting patiently. A young guy with kind eyes who probably had no idea he was working for a man who ordered executions over breakfast. It's Ms. Grant, actually. I corrected automatically. And the nursery furniture goes in the second bedroom upstairs. Yes, ma'am. He disappeared up the stairs of the guest house, and I took the opportunity to study my new prison more carefully. 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, ultra-modern kitchen that probably cost more than my entire Boston apartment. Floor-to-ceiling windows that offered stunning views of the grounds while also creating perfect sight lines for anyone monitoring the property. Giovanni had thought of everything. The main house loomed 300 yards away, all stone and glass and architectural statements about power and permanence. I'd been inside once during our marriage, a dinner party where I'd played the role of perfect wife while Giovanni conducted business disguised as socializing. I'd hated every minute of it, the performance, the pretense, the way everyone had looked at me like I was another of Giovanni's acquisitions. Now I was back, voluntarily walking into the cage I'd escaped. Except this time I had a key he didn't know about. My phone buzzed. Jessica calling for the 3rd time today. I'd been avoiding her, not ready to explain why I'd agreed to move back to New York, why I was living on Giovanni's property, why I'd accepted a job working for the man I'd sworn to never depend on again. I let it go to voicemail. Again. You're settling in. Giovanni's voice came from behind me, smooth and controlled. I hadn't heard him approach. He moved with the silence of a predator, another skill I'd forgotten during our separation. I turned, adjusting Luca's weight against my shoulder. Giovanni stood in the doorway of the guest house, perfectly dressed despite the early hour. Charcoal suit, burgundy tie, looking like he'd stepped out of a Forbes photo shoot rather than just waking up. Your movers are efficient, I said neutrally. We should be fully unpacked by tonight. Good. His eyes tracked over the space, noting details I probably couldn't see. Security orientation is scheduled for 2 this afternoon. My head of security will walk you through the protocols, where the panic buttons are located, how to use the intercom system, what to do in various emergency scenarios. Emergency scenarios, I repeated. Like what exactly? Giovanni's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. Like knowing which safe room to go to if someone breaches the perimeter. Like understanding that if the alarm sounds 3 times consecutively, you grab Luca and lock yourself in the reinforced panic room in your master bedroom. Like memorizing which guards you can trust and which routes are monitored 24/7. Cold slid down my spine. You make it sound like we're preparing for war. We're always preparing for war. The goal is to be so prepared that the war never comes. He stepped further into the room, his presence immediately dominating the space. I told you during our marriage that my world was dangerous. You didn't believe me then. Believe me now. I believe you. I shifted Luca, who was starting to stir. I just wonder if moving us here makes us safer or just makes us more obvious targets. Hidden targets get found eventually. Protected targets survive. Giovanni's gaze softened fractionally as he looked at our son. How is he? Good. The antibiotics cleared the infection completely. Dr. Morrison says he's thriving. I'd switched Luca to Giovanni's private pediatrician, a concession that had felt like surrender but was actually strategic. The doctor's office was in Manhattan, which meant regular trips into the city, opportunities to establish my own routines outside Giovanni's immediate surveillance. He looks bigger. He's growing fast, almost walking independently now. I watched Giovanni's expression, saw the flash of something that might have been regret. You've missed a lot. The barb landed, I saw it in the way his jaw tightened, the slight tension in his shoulders. I'm aware. That's changing now. He moved closer, reaching out to touch Luca's small hand. Our son grabbed his finger immediately, that instinctive grip babies had. Everything's changing now. The weight of his words hung between us. Everything was changing. I was living on his property, working for his companies, raising our son under his protection. On the surface, it looked like Giovanni had won, had successfully brought me back into his sphere of influence. He had no idea how much I was winning by losing. About the job, I said, transitioning to safer territory. I reviewed the contract your attorney sent. It's generous. It's fair market value for someone with your credentials. It's twice what I was making in Boston. Giovanni's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Then you were being criminally underpaid. My companies require the best legal counsel available. That's you. The compliment felt genuine, which was dangerous. I couldn't afford to soften toward him, couldn't let old attraction interfere with new purpose. When do I start? Monday. Your office is in the Manhattan headquarters, 3rd floor. I'll have Marcus drive you in. He's one of my most trusted men, former Secret Service. He'll handle your security detail whenever you're off the property. I don't need a security detail to go to work. You do if you're the mother of my child and working for my companies. Giovanni's tone left no room for negotiation. This isn't optional, Lauren. You and Luca are targets now. Anyone who wants to hurt me will study your routines, look for vulnerabilities, wait for opportunities to exploit. Security isn't about control. It's about keeping you alive. He wasn't wrong. I'd researched enough about organized crime during our marriage to understand how these things worked. Family members were leverage, soft targets that could be used to manipulate or punish. But I also knew that security worked both ways. Guards who watched me could be observed, routines that protected me could be documented, and information flowed in multiple directions if you knew how to redirect it. Fine, I said. But I choose my own route sometimes. I'm not a prisoner. You're not. But you're also not invincible. Giovanni withdrew his hand from Luca's grip, stepped back. 2:00. Security briefing. Don't be late. He left without waiting for confirmation, his footsteps silent on the hardwood floors. I stood there holding our son, feeling the walls of the guest house pressing in despite the open floor plan and expensive finishes. This was my life now. Gilded cage edition. Beautiful prison. Comfortable captivity. Luca woke fully, blinking up at me with sleepy eyes. Mama. I'm here, baby. I kissed his forehead, breathed in his clean baby scent. Mama's always here. Even when I'm planning to destroy your father, I thought but didn't say. Even when I'm gathering evidence that could send him to prison for the rest of his life. Even when I'm pretending to be something I'm not so I can take everything he values and burn it to ashes. Because that was the plan, crystallizing more clearly now that I was inside his world. I would work for his companies, learn the systems, identify the vulnerabilities. I would document everything that crossed my desk, the shipments that seemed questionable, the contracts that skirted legal boundaries, the business partners who had connections to known criminal organizations. And when I had enough, when I'd built a case that even Giovanni's expensive lawyers couldn't defend against, I would hand it all to the FBI and watch his empire collapse. But first I had to survive the integration. Had to play the role convincingly enough that he never suspected I was anything more than a desperate ex-wife who'd run out of options. The security briefing at 2:00 was conducted by a man named Victor Kane, 50-something, former military, with a kind of face that had seen too much violence and stopped being surprised by it. He walked me through the property with clinical efficiency, pointing out cameras, explaining protocols, demonstrating how to use the panic buttons hidden throughout the guest house. The most important thing, Victor said as we stood in the master bedroom, Luca playing with blocks on the floor nearby, is that you don't hesitate. If something feels wrong, if your instincts tell you there's danger, you trust that feeling. You grab the kid, you lock yourself in the safe room, and you press the panic button. Don't wait to confirm the threat. Don't try to investigate. Just react. Has there ever been an incident here? I asked, studying the reinforced door to the safe room. It looked like normal wood paneling but was apparently steel reinforced and fireproof. No. Mr. Moretti's security is among the best in the tri-state area. But good security is proactive, not reactive. We plan for scenarios that haven't happened yet. That sounds exhausting. Victor's expression softened slightly. It's my job to be exhausted so you can sleep at night. You focus on being a mother and doing your work. I'll focus on keeping you breathing. There was something almost comforting about his bluntness. No pretense, no sugarcoating. Just clear acknowledgement of the reality I was living in. Does Giovanni have enemies who would actually target Luca? I needed to know how real the threat was, whether this was Giovanni's paranoia or legitimate danger. Mr. Moretti has competitors who would absolutely use any available leverage, Victor said carefully. Right now, the fact that he has a son is still relatively contained information. We'd like to keep it that way as long as possible. The fewer people who know about Luca, the safer he is. How long can that last? Eventually, someone will notice. Eventually, yes. But every day we delay that discovery is another day we have to strengthen security, establish protocols, make you both harder targets. Victor gestured to the window, which had a clear view of the grounds. You notice anything about this view? I studied it. Trees, manicured lawn, stone wall in the distance. It's pretty. It's monitored. 3 cameras cover this angle, motion sensors in the tree line, guards positioned at intervals you can't see from here. If someone approaches this house, we know about it 30 seconds before they arrive. He pointed to a small device on the nightstand. That monitor shows you camera feeds from around the property. You can check it any time, see who's coming and going. The level of surveillance was both reassuring and disturbing. Safe and trapped felt increasingly similar. We continued the tour. Reinforced windows, biometric locks on certain doors, the underground garage that connected to the main house via a tunnel system that Victor described as last resort evacuation routes. By the time we finished, my head was spinning with protocols and procedures. Questions? Victor asked as we returned to the living room, where Luca had abandoned his blocks in favor of trying to climb onto the sofa. Just one. Does Giovanni live like this all the time? This level of security, this constant vigilance. Victor's expression became unreadable. Mr. Moretti grew up in this world. He doesn't know any other way to live. For him, this isn't paranoia, it's survival. After Victor left, I spent an hour just watching Luca play, processing everything I'd learned. The security was impressive, professionally designed, probably impossible to breach from the outside. But security systems had blind spots. And the best way to exploit a fortress wasn't from outside the walls, it was from within, using access and trust to dismantle protections from the inside. I was inside the walls now. Had access. And slowly, carefully, I would build the trust one needed to destroy everything Giovanni had built. My phone rang. Jessica again. This time I answered. Finally, she said without preamble. I was about to call the police and report you kidnapped. Sorry. Moving day has been chaotic. I carried the phone into the kitchen, away from where Luca was playing. I should have called earlier. You should have called before you moved back to New York. Before you accepted a job with Giovanni. Before you basically walked back into the marriage you fought so hard to escape. Jessica's voice carried equal parts worry and frustration. What the hell are you thinking, Lauren? I'm thinking about Luca's safety. About giving him stability and resources I can't provide alone. Bullshit. You could have negotiated custody arrangements. Could have maintained your independence while co-parenting. You didn't have to move onto his property, into his world, back into his control. She wasn't wrong. But I couldn't tell her the real reason. That I'd chosen this deliberately, strategically, because you couldn't destroy an empire from the outside. It's complicated, I said finally. Everything with you and Giovanni is complicated. That's the problem. Jessica sighed. I'm worried about you. You sound different. Harder, maybe. Like you're not telling me something important. Perceptive as always. Jessica had known me since law school, had seen me through the whirlwind romance with Giovanni, the slow deterioration of our marriage, the divorce, and the isolation of single motherhood. She knew me better than anyone. Which meant I had to be very careful about what I told her. I'm fine. Luca's fine. Giovanni is surprisingly good with him, and the living situation is actually comfortable. I have my own space, my own life. It's not like before. Isn't it? Jessica's skepticism was audible. Because from here, it looks exactly like before. You making excuses for a dangerous man because you're still in love with him. I'm not in love with him, I said automatically. Then softer. I'm not. Whatever we had is dead. Love doesn't die that easily. It just goes underground and waits for opportunities to resurface. I thought about the way my pulse had jumped when Giovanni touched Luca, the unwanted awareness that still sparked when he stood too close. The way his smile had transformed his face in the hospital. Even if there are residual feelings, I said carefully, they don't change anything. This is about Luca, not about Giovanni and me. Keep telling yourself that. Jessica paused. Just promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you won't lose yourself in his world again. I promise. The lie tasted bitter. Because I wasn't trying to avoid losing myself in Giovanni's world. I was deliberately diving in, swimming in the darkness, learning to breathe underwater so I could find the support beams and place explosives that would bring the whole structure down. After we hung up, I found Luca in the living room, successfully navigating from the coffee table to the sofa on unsteady legs. He was so proud of himself, laughing with pure joy at his accomplishment. Good job, baby. I scooped him up, spinning him around until he shrieked with delight. You're getting so strong. Mama, gain. I spun him again, letting his laughter chase away the darkness of my thoughts. This was why I was doing this. To give him a life without constantly looking over his shoulder, without wondering if his father's choices would come back to destroy him. To give him a life free from Giovanni's world. Even if that meant becoming something darker than I'd ever intended. Monday morning arrived with autumn rain and my first day of work at Moretti Enterprises. Marcus picked me up at 7:30 sharp. The former Secret Service agent Victor had mentioned. He was younger than I expected, maybe 35, with alert eyes and the kind of build that suggested serious gym time. Professional but not unfriendly as he opened the rear door of the black SUV. Ms. Grant. Hey Marcus. I'll be handling your security detail. Lauren is fine, I said, settling into the leather seats. Ms. Grant makes me feel like I'm being audited. Slight smile. Lauren then. Drive into Manhattan is about 45 minutes without traffic. I'll have you there by 8:30. The ride was smooth, professional. Marcus drove with the kind of awareness that suggested training, constantly checking mirrors, taking routes that probably had strategic advantages I couldn't identify. We made small talk about Luca, about the property, about nothing particularly important. But I was studying him, noting details. The way he communicated with someone via an earpiece. The weapon I glimpsed under his jacket when he reached for the door handle. The casual competence that marked him as genuinely dangerous rather than just theatrical. These were Giovanni's people. Loyal, trained, probably willing to do questionable things if their employer asked. Eventually, they would become my people. Or at least I would make them believe they were. Moretti Enterprises occupied floors 3 through 7 of a glass tower in Midtown. Legitimate business, Giovanni had assured me. Import-export, real estate development, construction management. All perfectly legal operations that probably existed to launder money and provide cover for less legal activities. My job was to make sure the legitimate businesses stayed legitimate. Or at least appeared that way on paper. My office was exactly what Giovanni had promised. 3rd floor, corner location with views of the city, furnished with understated luxury that communicated professional success. Desk already set up with computer equipment, files waiting for my review, assistant whose desk sat just outside my door. Ms. Grant. The assistant appeared in my doorway, Young woman, maybe 25, with sharp eyes and professional attire. I'm Rachel. I'll be supporting you. Mr. Moretti asked me to get you settled and walk you through your initial assignments. Thank you, Rachel. I set down my bag, studied the office that was both opportunity and trap. What exactly are my initial assignments? Rachel pulled out a tablet, scrolled through information with practiced efficiency. You'll be reviewing contracts for 3 major deals currently in negotiation: a real estate development in Brooklyn, an import agreement with a textile manufacturer in Italy, and construction contracts for a commercial property in Queens. Mr. Moretti wants your legal assessment on all 3 by end of week. That's ambitious for a first week. Mr. Moretti doesn't believe in gentle introductions. He wants to see how you work under pressure. Rachel's expression remained neutral, but I caught a hint of sympathy. The files are on your computer, password protected. Everything you need is in there. Contracts, supporting documentation, correspondence. If you have questions, I can schedule time with the relevant project managers. Perfect. Thank you. Rachel left me alone in my new office, surrounded by files that probably contained exactly the kind of information I needed to build a case against Giovanni. I opened the first file, the Brooklyn real estate deal, and started reading. 3 hours later, I'd identified at least 5 potential legal issues, 2 contracts that skirted dangerously close to fraud, and 1 business partner who had documented connections to known money laundering operations. And that was just one project. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the screen. This was almost too easy. Giovanni had given me complete access to his business operations, trusted me to review sensitive deals, and handed me ammunition I could use to destroy him. Either he was incredibly arrogant, or he genuinely believed I wouldn't betray him. Probably both. My office phone rang. Internal extension. Lauren Grant. Lauren. Giovanni's voice, smooth and controlled. How's your first morning? Educational, I said carefully. You have some interesting deals in progress. That's why I need a good lawyer to make sure they stay legal. I'm in my office. Top floor. Come up when you break for lunch. We'll discuss your initial impressions. It wasn't a request. What time? Noon. He hung up. I spent the next 2 hours documenting everything I'd found. Screen captures, notes, potential violations. Stored it all on an encrypted flash drive I kept in my purse, camouflaged among receipts and loose papers. Evidence, carefully collected. Ammunition for later. At noon, I rode the elevator to the 7th floor. Giovanni's executive suite occupied the entire level. Open floor plan for his team, glass-walled private office with panoramic city views for him. A receptionist waved me through. He's expecting you. Giovanni's office was exactly what I'd expected. Modern, minimalist, expensive. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. Conference table, sitting area. Desk positioned to dominate the space. Artwork that probably cost 6 figures, though it looked like something a child could have painted. Giovanni stood at the windows, phone to his ear, speaking rapid Italian that I couldn't follow. When he saw me, he held up one finger, 1 minute, and concluded his conversation. Lauren. He pocketed the phone, gestured to the sitting area. Come in. Close the door. I did, feeling the shift in atmosphere immediately. In this space, Giovanni was pure power. Confident, controlled, completely in his element. How are the files? He asked, settling into one of the leather chairs. Comprehensive. I chose the chair across from him, maintained professional distance. You have good documentation practices. I learned early that paper trails can save you or destroy you. Better to control the narrative from the beginning. His dark eyes studied me with unnerving intensity. Find anything concerning. This was a test. He wanted to see if I'd be honest, if I'd identify the problems, if I'd push back or just rubber stamp whatever he put in front of me. Several things. The Brooklyn deal has zoning issues that could derail the entire project if they're not addressed. The Italian textile contract has clauses that violate international trade regulations. And your construction partner in Queens has some associations I'd recommend investigating before you commit to a multi-million-dollar partnership. Giovanni's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. Approval, maybe. Or respect. Recommendations. Renegotiate the Brooklyn terms to address the zoning proactively. Revise the Italian contract to bring it into compliance. I can draft language that achieves the same goals without the regulatory exposure. And run a deeper background check on the Queen's partner. If he's connected to organizations you don't want to be associated with, better to know now. The Queen's partner is connected to the Calabrese family, Giovanni said flatly. I know exactly who he works for. The question is whether that connection is useful or dangerous. Calabrese. I'd heard that name during our marriage. One of the established New York families Giovanni had complicated relationships with. Sometimes allies, sometimes competitors, always dangerous. From a legal standpoint, any association with known criminal organizations increases your exposure, I said carefully. If something goes wrong, even legitimate business dealings can be reinterpreted as conspiracy or racketeering. But from a practical standpoint, that's not my area of expertise. Giovanni smiled, a real smile that transformed his face. Yes, it is. You spent 2 years married to me, Lauren. You saw how this world works, even if you pretended not to understand. So give me your honest assessment. Is the Calabrese connection useful or dangerous? I held his gaze, recognizing the challenge beneath the question. He wanted me to acknowledge what I knew, to admit I understood more about his world than I'd let on. Fine. Could play this game. Useful in the short term, I said. The Calabrese family has resources and connections that could smooth certain obstacles. But dangerous long-term because alliances shift, and when they do, anyone associated with the losing side gets buried. If you're going to work with them, you need exit strategies and documentation that proves the relationship was purely business. Now you sound like someone who understands how to survive in my world. I understand how to protect assets from unnecessary risk. That's what you're paying me for. Among other things. Giovanni leaned forward, elbows on his knees. You're good at this, Lauren. Better than I expected. Why did you waste 2 years practicing corporate law at a mid-tier firm when you could have been doing this? Because I wanted independence. I wanted to build something that was mine, not just be someone's wife who happened to have a law degree. And now I have a son who deserves stability. Independence is a luxury I can't afford right now. The lie came smoothly, wrapped in enough truth to be convincing. So I'm pragmatic. I work for you, I take your generous salary, and I do my job well enough that you have no reason to question the arrangement. Giovanni studied me for a long moment, something unreadable moving behind his eyes. You've changed, he said finally. You're harder than you were. More calculated. Single motherhood and poverty will do that to a person. Or maybe you were always this way, and I just never looked close enough to see it. He stood, moved to the windows, staring out at the city below. I should have trusted you more during our marriage. Should have let you in instead of keeping you separate. Maybe things would have turned out differently. The admission caught me off guard. Giovanni Moretti didn't do vulnerability, didn't admit mistakes, didn't look back with anything resembling regret. Maybe, I said carefully. Or maybe we were never going to work. Some relationships are beautiful disasters waiting to happen. Is that what we were? A beautiful disaster. I stood, crossed to where he waited by the windows. We were close now, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating off his body, smell his cologne mixed with something uniquely him. We were a lot of things, I said quietly. Beautiful sometimes. Disastrous definitely. But mostly, we were two people who wanted different things pretending we wanted the same future. And now? What do you want now, Lauren? To destroy you, I thought. To take everything you've built and reduce it to rubble. To make you feel as powerless as you made me feel. Now I want Luca to be safe, I said instead. Everything else is secondary. Giovanni's hand came up, cupped my cheek with surprising gentleness. You're lying. My heart stopped. What? You want more than just Luca's safety. I can see it in your eyes, the hunger for something you're not willing to name. His thumb traced my jawline, sending unwanted shivers down my spine. You want revenge. The world tilted. He knew. Somehow, he knew exactly what I was planning. Revenge for what? I kept my voice steady through sheer force of will. For how I treated you during our marriage. For keeping you at arm's length, shutting you out, making you feel invisible. His dark eyes held mine. You have every right to hate me, Lauren. I gave you plenty of reasons. Relief and disappointment warred in my chest. He thought he knew what I wanted. Emotional revenge, the satisfaction of making him acknowledge his failures. He didn't understand that my vengeance was bigger, colder, more calculated than wounded feelings. I don't hate you, I said. Half-truth. I hated what he'd made me feel, hated his world, hated the man he'd been during our marriage. But the man standing before me, touching my face with genuine regret in his eyes, that man was harder to hate. That man was dangerous for entirely different reasons. Then what do you feel? His voice dropped to something intimate, dangerous. Tell me, Lauren, what do you feel when you look at me? Rage, I thought. Cold, calculated fury wrapped in patience. Confusion, I said instead. You're different with Luca. Gentler. More present. It makes me wonder if you were capable of being that person all along and just chose not to be. With me. Pain flickered across his expression. I was afraid. Of what? Of caring too much. Of giving you power over me. His hand dropped from my face, leaving cold in its wake. In my world, love is leverage. The moment someone matters to you, they become a weapon your enemies can use. So I kept you at distance, convinced myself that if I didn't let you all the way in, I could protect you from the consequences of being mine. You protected me right out of your life. Yes. And look where that got us. You ran, hid my son from me for 7 months, and now we're here. Trying to co-parent while navigating the ruins of what we used to be. He turned back to the windows. I was a coward, Lauren. I should have been brave enough to let you in, to trust you with the truth about my world. Maybe you would have run anyway. But at least you would have made that choice with full information. The confession felt genuine, raw. This was Giovanni without his masks, without the careful control he usually maintained. It was exactly what I needed him to feel: regret, guilt, the desire to do better this time. And it made what I was planning feel suddenly, uncomfortably complicated. We can't change the past, I said, moving to stand beside him. All we can do is make better choices going forward. For Luca's sake. Agreed. He glanced at me, something soft in his expression. Thank you for being here. For giving me this chance to know our son. I know it cost you to come back. You have no idea what it's going to cost you, I thought. He's worth it, I said aloud. Luca deserves to know his father. Giovanni's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his expression shifting back to business mode. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. We'll talk more later. In the meantime, prepare your recommendations on those 3 deals. I want detailed reports by Friday. Professional dismissal. Just like that, the moment of vulnerability was over, locked away behind his usual armor. I returned to my office, to the files full of information I would eventually use to destroy him, and tried to ignore the uncomfortable twist in my chest that felt disturbingly like guilt. Chapter 3. The Mirror Game. 6 weeks into my new life, I'd become someone I barely recognized. She appeared each morning in the guest house mirror. This woman who wore designer suits Giovanni's assistant had somehow acquired in my exact size, who carried herself with the confidence of someone who belonged in executive meetings, who smiled at dangerous men and made them believe she was harmless. She looked like me, moved like me, but underneath the polished exterior lived something colder, sharper, more calculating than I'd ever intended to become. I told myself it was necessary. Told myself that survival in Giovanni's world required adaptation, that protecting Luca meant playing whatever role kept us safe while I gathered the evidence I needed. But some nights, after Luca fell asleep, I'd stand at my bathroom mirror and wonder if I was playing a role or becoming it. "Mama, up!" Luca's demand pulled me from my reflection. He stood at my feet, arms raised, impatient with the delay. Almost 11 months old now, walking with increasing confidence, talking in 2-word sentences that Giovanni documented obsessively in his phone. I lifted him, settled him on my hip. "Good morning, troublemaker. Ready for breakfast?" "Papa." My chest tightened. Luca asked for Giovanni constantly now. Had bonded with his father with the terrifying speed of children who didn't understand complicated history. To him, Papa was the man who tossed him in the air and made him laugh, who read bedtime stories in Italian, who taught him to kick a soccer ball across the manicured lawn. Papa was safe, beloved, essential. I was destroying that man. "Papa's probably at the main house," I said, carrying Luca downstairs. "We'll see him later." But Giovanni was already in my kitchen when I arrived, making coffee with the casual familiarity of someone who'd developed a routine. He wore slacks and a dress shirt, tie loosened, looking like he'd been awake for hours. Probably had been. Giovanni slept less than anyone I'd ever known, his mind constantly working through problems and strategies. "Morning," he said, glancing up as Luca squealed in delight. "Coffee's almost ready. You have a key to this house." "I own the house." But his expression softened as he lifted Luca from my arms. "Morning, little man. Did you sleep well?" "Papa." Luca grabbed Giovanni's face, that aggressive affection toddlers specialized in. "Play. After breakfast. First you need to eat." Giovanni settled Luca into his high chair with practiced ease, another skill he'd mastered over the past 6 weeks. "I made extra coffee. Figured you could use it after last night." Last night. The Calabrese meeting that had run until midnight, where I'd sat in a room full of dangerous men and reviewed contracts while they discussed territories and percentages in carefully coded language. Where I'd memorized every name, every reference, every detail I would later document in my encrypted files. "The meeting ran long," I said neutrally, starting Luca's breakfast. "But we covered a lot of ground. You impressed them." Giovanni poured 2 cups of coffee, handed me one. "Marco Calabrese specifically commented on your legal insights. Said you were sharper than half his own lawyers. That's because half his lawyers are probably selected for loyalty rather than competence." Giovanni's lips curved. "Probably. But you earned respect last night. That's not easy to do with the Calabrese family." Respect. From criminals and mobsters. Exactly what I needed to move deeper into Giovanni's world, to access more sensitive information, to position myself at the center of operations I could eventually dismantle. "I was just doing my job," I said, feeding Luca pieces of banana. "Making sure the contracts protect your interests." "Our interests." Giovanni leaned against the counter, studying me over the rim of his coffee cup. "You're part of this now, Lauren. The work you're doing protects Luca's future as much as mine." The statement landed with uncomfortable weight. He was right. Technically, I was building the empire our son would inherit. Every deal I legitimized, every contract I reviewed, every relationship I helped facilitate added to the Moretti fortune. Which meant when I destroyed it all, I'd also be destroying Luca's inheritance. The thought should have given me pause. Should have made me reconsider whether revenge was worth the collateral damage. Didn't. Because money could be rebuilt. Empires could be reconstructed. But the kind of man Giovanni was, the darkness he operated in, the violence that shadowed his every business decision, that would infect Luca eventually. Corrupt him the way it corrupted everyone who stayed in Giovanni's orbit too long. Better to burn it all down now and let Luca grow up normal, away from this world, even if it meant temporary poverty. "Speaking of interests," Giovanni continued, setting down his coffee, "I need you to accompany me to a meeting next week, Tuesday evening. The Sinclair deal." James Sinclair. I'd reviewed those files 3 days ago. A real estate magnate who wanted to partner with Giovanni on a waterfront development project. On paper, completely legitimate. But Sinclair had connections to offshore accounts and shell corporations that suggested money laundering. What's my role? Legal counsel. Contract review. But also. Giovanni paused, choosing his words carefully. Sinclair is old school. He doesn't take businesswomen seriously unless they're attached to powerful men. Your presence as my ex-wife and Luca's mother gives me credibility in areas that matter to him. You want me to play the family man card. I want him to see I have something to lose. That I'm invested in building something stable for my son's future, not just running operations that could implode. Giovanni's dark eyes held mine. It's strategy, Lauren. Using perception to create advantage. It's manipulation. It's survival. He moved closer, that predatory grace making my pulse jump despite my best efforts to stay calm. This is how my world works. Appearances matter. Relationships matter. The right impression at the right moment can seal deals that months of negotiation couldn't accomplish. And if I refuse? You won't. He said it with absolute certainty. Because you understand that the Sinclair deal brings in $20 million in legitimate revenue. $20 million that goes toward Luca's education, his security, his future. You won't refuse because you're pragmatic enough to see the bigger picture. He wasn't wrong. I needed access to meetings like this, needed to observe Giovanni's network, needed to understand how his operations interconnected. But I also hated how easily he read me, how thoroughly he understood my motivations. Fine, I said. Tuesday evening. What time? 7. Dress for the occasion. Sinclair appreciates traditional elegance. Giovanni's gaze traveled over me with clinical assessment that somehow felt intimate. The burgundy dress. The one you wore to our anniversary dinner. I'd burned that dress the day I'd left him. Thrown it in a garbage can behind my Boston apartment building along with every other reminder of our marriage. I don't have that dress anymore. I know. I had it recreated. He pulled out his phone, showed me a photo, the exact dress hanging in a garment bag. It'll be delivered this afternoon. Consider it a work expense. The presumption should have angered me. He'd recreated a dress from our marriage, assumed I'd wear it, planned this entire scenario without asking my opinion. Instead, I felt something closer to dark amusement. Giovanni was so certain of his control, so confident in his ability to direct outcomes. He had no idea I was controlling this dance as much as he was. Anything else? I asked, my tone carefully neutral. Yes. Giovanni moved to where Luca was making a mess of his banana, gently wiping our son's face. After the Sinclair meeting, we're having dinner. Just the two of us. Victor will watch Luca. That sounds like a date. It's a business dinner. We'll discuss the Sinclair contract, review strategy, debrief on how the meeting went. He looked up, something challenging in his eyes. Unless you're afraid to be alone with me. The gauntlet, thrown with practiced precision. Giovanni knew exactly how to provoke me into doing what he wanted. Imply I was scared, suggest I lacked courage, and watch me prove him wrong through sheer stubborn pride. I recognized the manipulation. Saw it clearly. Did it anyway. I'm not afraid of you, I said evenly. Dinner is fine. Satisfaction flickered across his expression. Good. I'll make reservations. He left shortly after, taking his coffee and his subtle manipulation with him. I finished feeding Luca, cleaned up the breakfast debris, and tried to ignore the uncomfortable realization that I just agreed to something that looked dangerously like a date with my ex-husband. The burgundy dress arrived that afternoon, exactly as promised. I held it up in my bedroom, studying the garment that represented so much complicated history. Giovanni had given me the original for our first anniversary, a night that had started beautifully and ended with him leaving at midnight for urgent business he couldn't discuss. The night I'd first understood that I would always come second to his empire. Now he'd recreated it, down to the last detail. The cut that skimmed my curves without being overtly sexual. The color that complemented my skin tone perfectly. The designer label that communicated wealth and taste. It was a costume. Armor disguised as elegance. I hung it in my closet and tried not to think about what wearing it meant. The week passed in a blur of contract reviews, conference calls, and careful documentation. I developed a system: legitimate work during office hours, evidence collection during the late hours when everyone else had gone home. My encrypted flash drive was filling with screenshots, notations, correspondence that painted a picture of Giovanni's operations that even his expensive lawyers would struggle to defend. Tuesday arrived too quickly. I spent the afternoon second-guessing my wardrobe choice, my hairstyle, my makeup, telling myself it didn't matter how I looked, that this was just another performance. Lying to myself about why my hands shook while applying lipstick. Marcus drove us to the meeting, a private club in Manhattan that didn't advertise its existence. Old money, older connections, the kind of place where deals were made over scotch and implied threats. Giovanni met me in the lobby, looking devastating in a dark suit that probably cost more than my monthly salary. His eyes tracked over me with an intensity that felt like a physical touch. "Perfect," he said quietly. "You look perfect. I look like your ex-wife playing dress-up. You look like someone who belongs in my world." He offered his arm, that old-fashioned gesture from our marriage. "Ready." I took his arm, felt the solid muscle beneath expensive fabric, and walked into the lion's den wearing burgundy silk and false confidence. James Sinclair was exactly what I'd expected. 60-something, distinguished, with a kind of face that suggested he'd been handsome once and was aging into it gracefully. He greeted Giovanni with the familiarity of old acquaintances, then turned his attention to me. "And this must be Lauren." His handshake was firm, assessing. "Giovanni has spoken highly of your legal expertise." "He's generous with his praise," I said smoothly. "I understand you're interested in the waterfront development, among other things." Sinclair gestured to a private room off the main dining area. "Shall we discuss details?" The next 2 hours were a masterclass in negotiation disguised as casual conversation. Sinclair probed for weaknesses, tested boundaries, suggested terms that would give him disproportionate control. Giovanni countered with practiced precision, never losing his temper, never showing anything but calm confidence. And I watched, learned, documented in my mind the careful dance between legitimate business and something darker underneath. "The offshore accounts," I said during a lull in conversation, my voice carefully casual. "The financing structure you're proposing routes through several shell corporations. That's going to trigger IRS scrutiny." Sinclair's expression cooled. "It's a standard tax optimization strategy." "It's a money laundering red flag," I corrected gently. "Which means you'll need to restructure before we can move forward. Giovanni can't afford to be associated with anything that draws federal attention." Silence stretched across the table. Giovanni's hand found mine under the table, squeezed once. "Well done or shut up, I wasn't sure which." "What would you suggest?" Sinclair asked, his tone suggesting he was testing more than asking. I walked him through alternative structures, explaining how to achieve his goals without triggering regulatory concerns. It was good legal advice. It was also exactly the kind of information I'd document later, evidence that I'd identified illegal activity and Giovanni had chosen to pursue it anyway. By the time we left, Sinclair had agreed to the restructuring and increased Giovanni's percentage by 5 points. "You cost him $2 million, Giovanni said as we walked to the car. His voice carried something that might have been pride or irritation. "He'll think twice before trying to manipulate me again. That's what you pay me for. Among other things." He held the car door but didn't release it when I moved to enter. "You were brilliant tonight. Strategic, fearless, exactly what I needed." "Thank you." The genuine gratitude in his voice felt dangerous. I didn't want his appreciation, didn't want to feel like we were partners in this, didn't want the complicated warmth spreading through my chest. "Just doing my job," I said, sliding into the car before I could do something stupid like smile at him. The restaurant Giovanni had chosen was intimate, Small Italian place in the village that probably required reservations months in advance. But Giovanni Moretti didn't wait for tables. We were seated immediately in a private corner, wine appearing without being ordered, menus offered and declined as Giovanni ordered for both of us in fluent Italian. "I can order for myself," I said when the waiter left. "You don't speak Italian. And this place doesn't have an English menu." Giovanni leaned back, studying me with those dark eyes that saw too much. "Relax, Lauren. I ordered what you used to like. Unless your preferences have changed." They hadn't. He'd ordered my favorite dish from our marriage, remembered details I'd assumed he'd never noticed. The intimacy of it unsettled me more than any of the danger I'd witnessed in Sinclair's meeting. "Why did you really bring me tonight?" I asked, changing the subject. "The Sinclair meeting didn't require my presence. You could have handled him alone." "But I didn't want to handle him alone." Giovanni's fingers traced the stem of his wine glass, a casual gesture that drew my eyes to his hands. "I wanted you there. Wanted to see how you'd navigate my world now that you understand it better. Wanted to see if we could work together instead of against each other. We worked together for Luca. We could work together for more than that." He leaned forward, intensity radiating from him. "You're brilliant at this, Lauren. Tonight proved it. You see angles I miss, identify risks I overlook, navigate legal complexities that would take my other lawyers weeks to unravel. You could be more than just my legal counsel. You could be my partner. I was your wife. That didn't work out well. Because I didn't treat you like a partner. I treated you like something precious to protect, something fragile that needed to be kept separate from the darkness." His jaw tightened. "I was wrong. You're not fragile. You're steel wrapped in silk. Dangerous in ways I didn't understand when we were married." The assessment should have alarmed me. Instead, I felt seen in a way I never had during our marriage. Dangerous indeed. "What exactly are you proposing?" "Work with me. Not just on legal contracts but on strategy. Help me build something that lasts, something Luca can be proud to inherit." Giovanni's hand covered mine on the table, warm and solid. "Help me be better than what I am." The offer was seductive. Not the money or the power but the partnership, the respect, the idea that I could influence Giovanni's choices, guide his operations toward something less dark. It was also perfect cover for what I was really doing. "I'll think about it," I said carefully. "That's all I ask." He withdrew his hand as our food arrived, shifting back into casual conversation about Luca, about the office, about anything except the loaded offer he'd just made. But I felt the weight of it through dinner, through dessert, through the drive back to Westchester in comfortable silence that felt more dangerous than any of the threats I'd witnessed. Because this growing partnership, this tentative trust, this careful rebuilding of what we'd once had, was exactly what I needed to complete my revenge. It was also becoming the thing that made revenge feel increasingly complicated. 3 days after the Sinclair meeting, I met Detective Sarah Chen for coffee in a neutral location 40 minutes from Westchester. Rachel had found her through careful research, a detective in the NYPD's organized crime unit with a reputation for building solid cases and a history of going after powerful families. She'd agreed to meet after I'd sent her carefully sanitized information about Giovanni's operations through an encrypted email. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe 35, with sharp eyes that assessed me carefully over her coffee. "Mrs. Moretti." "Ms. Grant," I corrected. "We're divorced." "Are you?" Her tone suggested skepticism. "Because from where I sit, you're living on his property, working for his companies, and raising his son. That doesn't look very divorced." "It's complicated. It always is with men like Giovanni Moretti." She pulled out a tablet, pulled up files I recognized, surveillance photos, financial records, incident reports. "You reached out suggesting you had information about his operations." "What kind of information?" I pulled out my flash drive, set it on the table between us. "Contracts, correspondence, financial records. Everything I've been able to document over the past 6 weeks working as his legal counsel." Chen's expression sharpened. You're providing evidence against your ex-husband, the father of your child. Why? Because I want my son to grow up in a world where his father isn't a criminal. Because I want Giovanni to face consequences for the things he's done. Because. Paused, choosing my words carefully. Because he needs to be stopped before someone gets hurt. Someone like you. Someone like anyone who gets caught in the crossfire of his operations. I pushed the flash drive toward her. That drive contains evidence of money laundering, connections to known criminal organizations, and contracts that violate international trade laws. It's enough to start building a case. Chen studied me for a long moment. You understand what you're doing. If we build a case and it goes to trial, you'll have to testify. You'll be putting yourself and your son in danger. Men like Moretti don't forgive betrayal. I understand. Do you? She leaned forward. Because I've seen this before. Wives or girlfriends who think they can take down their partners from the inside. Most of them end up dead or disappeared before they can testify. The ones who survive usually recant, too terrified to follow through. I won't recant. Why should I believe you? Because I'm not motivated by fear, I thought. I'm motivated by something colder, more patient. Something that's been building for longer than you know. Because Giovanni Moretti made me feel powerless for 2 years of marriage, I said aloud. And I refuse to let my son grow up watching his father make me feel that way again. This isn't about fear or revenge. It's about breaking a cycle before it consumes everything I love. Chen studied me, then pocketed the flash drive. I'll review this. If it's as good as you say, we'll start building a case. But this will take time, months, maybe longer. Can you maintain your position that long? Keep gathering evidence without getting caught. Yes. And when Moretti finds out. 'Cause he will find out eventually. These things always surface. Then I'll deal with that when it happens. I stood, preparing to leave. How will you contact me? I won't. You'll contact me, same method you used to set up this meeting. Every 2 weeks you'll send an update. If you miss a check-in, I'll assume you're compromised and move forward with whatever we have at that point. Professional. Clinical. Exactly what I needed. Understood. I left the coffee shop feeling lighter and heavier simultaneously. Lighter because I'd taken a concrete step toward Giovanni's destruction. Heavier because I just committed to a path that would inevitably hurt Luca, would tear apart the family we'd been building, would force our son to understand his father was a criminal. But I'd made my choice 6 weeks ago when I'd agreed to move back into Giovanni's world. Now I just had to see it through. That evening, I found Giovanni in Luca's nursery at the guest house, reading our son a bedtime story in Italian. Luca was fighting sleep as always. His small hand gripping Giovanni's shirt, not wanting the day to end. One more story, Luca demanded. One more, then sleep. Giovanni kissed his forehead, started a new story about a brave knight and a dragon. I leaned against the doorframe, watching them. Father and son, dark hair bent close together. Giovanni's deep voice creating a world where problems could be solved with courage and clever thinking. A world nothing like the one he actually lived in. When Luca finally surrendered to sleep, Giovanni stood carefully, laid him in the crib with practiced gentleness. Then he noticed me watching. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to see you're good at this. Being a father. I'm learning. He moved toward me, and we left the nursery together, both of us instinctively quiet to avoid waking Luca. I never thought I'd be good at it. Assumed I'd inherited my father's coldness. His inability to connect. You're nothing like your father. How would you know? You never met him. I met you. That's enough. We'd reached the living room. Giovanni poured himself a scotch from the bar I never used. Offered me a glass I declined. I've been thinking about your offer, I said, settling onto the sofa. About working together on strategy, not just legal compliance. His expression shifted, interest and caution warring. And I'll do it. On one condition. Name it. Full transparency. If you want me to help guide your operations, I need to know everything. The legitimate businesses and the questionable ones. The safe partnerships and the dangerous ones. Everything, Giovanni. No more keeping me in the dark. It was a calculated risk. Asking for information he'd never freely shared. Pushing for access that would give me everything I needed to destroy him. But it was also what a genuine partner would demand. Giovanni studied me for a long moment. Something complicated moving behind his eyes. You understand what you're asking. Some things, once you know them, you can't unknow. Some knowledge is dangerous. I've lived in dangerous proximity for 6 weeks. I think I can handle information. Can you? He moved closer, crowding my space in that way he had of using his physical presence as communication. Because full transparency means knowing exactly how I've built this empire. The choices I've made, the compromises I've accepted, the darkness I've embraced. It means knowing your son's father is capable of terrible things when he decides they're necessary. I already know that. You suspect. Knowing is different. His hand came up, cupped my cheek with surprising tenderness. Are you sure you want this, Lauren? Are you sure you want to see me clearly, without the comfortable distance of plausible deniability? I held his gaze, let him see what I carefully manufactured. Determination, loyalty, the kind of strength that suggested I could handle whatever truths he revealed. I'm sure. Giovanni's thumb traced my lower lip, a gentle touch that sent heat spiraling through me despite every rational thought telling me to pull away. Then tomorrow we start. I'll show you everything. And Lauren. His voice dropped to something intimate, dangerous. Once you see it all, once you understand what I really am, you don't get to unsee it. You don't get to leave again. This is permanent. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. I understand, I said. He leaned down, pressed a kiss to my forehead, chaste, almost reverent, then left me alone with my churning thoughts and the uncomfortable realization that I'd just gained everything I needed to destroy him. And it felt nothing like victory. Chapter 4. The mask cracks. Giovanni kept his promise. The next morning, I arrived at his office to find him waiting with files I'd never seen before. Not the sanitized contracts and legitimate business documents I'd been reviewing for weeks, but the real operations, the shadow empire that existed beneath the corporate veneer. Coffee first, he said, gesturing to the sitting area. You'll need it. I settled into the leather chair, accepting the cup he offered. The ritual felt domestic, familiar, dangerous. Before we start, Giovanni said, remaining standing, I need you to understand what you're agreeing to. This isn't just about seeing information. It's about becoming complicit. Once you know these details, once you help me navigate these operations, you're not just my legal counsel anymore. You're an accomplice. I understand. Do you? He moved to the windows, that restless energy I recognized from our marriage. Because I'm about to show you things that could send me to prison for the rest of my life. Things that could destroy everything I've built. I'm trusting you with ammunition that could obliterate me, Lauren. I need to know that trust isn't misplaced. Guilt twisted in my chest. Sharp, unexpected, unwelcome. Because that trust was misplaced. I was exactly the threat he feared. The betrayal waiting to happen. But I couldn't afford guilt. Not now. Not when I was this close. You can trust me, I said, the lie tasting like ash. I'm here for Luca. Whatever protects his future, whatever keeps him safe, that's where my loyalty lies. Giovanni turned from the window, his dark eyes searching my face for something I hoped he wouldn't find. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him, because he nodded slowly. All right, let's start with the import business. For the next 3 hours, he walked me through operations I'd suspected but never confirmed. The legitimate textile imports that occasionally carried something else hidden in shipping containers. The carefully structured partnerships with overseas manufacturers who had connections to organizations the FBI had been investigating for years. The routes and methods designed to avoid customs scrutiny. We move product for other families, Giovanni explained, pulling up shipping manifests on his computer. Not drugs, I have rules about that. But other merchandise. Things that need to cross borders without excessive documentation. We provide infrastructure, they pay premium rates. Everyone profits. That's smuggling. That's business. He said it without apology, without shame. Just matter-of-fact acknowledgement of reality. In my world, these distinctions don't exist. There's only what's profitable and what's sustainable. This is both. I studied the manifests, memorizing details I'd document later. Dates, amounts, shipping companies, partner organizations. Each piece of information was another nail in his coffin. What happens if customs catches something? They don't. We have people positioned strategically. Inspectors who look the other way, officials who process paperwork without asking questions. It's expensive to maintain, but cheaper than the alternative. You're bribing federal employees. I'm ensuring smooth operations. Giovanni's expression hardened slightly. Don't moralize, Lauren. You asked for transparency. This is what that looks like. If you can't handle the reality, tell me now. I swallowed my revulsion, manufactured understanding. I'm not judging. I'm learning. There's a difference. Good. Because it gets more complicated. He wasn't wrong. The construction business served as money laundering, inflated contracts that created legitimate income streams for illegitimate earnings. The real estate holdings provided additional cleaning mechanisms, rental income that could absorb cash from sources that couldn't be directly reported. It's elegant, I said, because it was. Terrible and illegal, but undeniably sophisticated. You've built parallel systems that support each other. My father's legacy. He understood that lasting power comes from infrastructure, not flashy operations that attract attention. Giovanni closed the laptop, his expression unreadable. I've refined his systems, modernized them, but the foundation he built has kept this family secure for 40 years. Until now. His gaze sharpened. What do you mean? I mean, security requires evolution. The systems that worked 20 years ago leave digital footprints now. Bribes that were untraceable in your father's time can be documented with modern surveillance. You're operating in a world that's increasingly hostile to these methods. Giovanni moved closer, intensity radiating from him. Which is exactly why I need you. Your generation understands digital vulnerabilities I'm just learning to navigate. You can identify risks before they become problems. Perfect. He was asking me to help secure his operations while I documented every vulnerability for law enforcement. Show me the rest, I said. I need to see the full picture before I can help protect it. He did. By lunch, I'd learned about protection arrangements with legitimate businesses who paid for security services that kept competing criminal organizations away. About the network of lawyers, accountants, and consultants who helped maintain the facade of legitimacy. About partnerships with other families, territorial agreements, the complex web of relationships that kept New York's underworld functioning. You're not the biggest organization, I observed. But you're positioned strategically between larger ones. Exactly. I don't have the Calabrese family's territory or the Russians' international connections. But I have what they both need, infrastructure for moving product and cleaning money. That makes me valuable instead of vulnerable. It also makes you a target if either side decides they'd rather absorb your operations than pay for them. Which is why I need you to help me build legal protections they can't easily dismantle. Giovanni pulled out another file, this one containing corporate structures and shell companies. I want to create legitimate business interests that are genuinely profitable, genuinely legal. Something that doesn't depend on criminal activity to survive. I stared at him. You want to go legitimate? I want to give Luca options. Right now, he inherits a criminal empire or nothing. I want him to inherit businesses he can be proud of. Operations that won't put a target on his back the way mine is constantly on mine. The confession was raw, genuine. This wasn't Giovanni the criminal mastermind. This was Giovanni the father, worried about his son's future. It made what I was doing feel impossibly cruel. That's a long-term project, I said carefully. You can't just flip a switch and become legitimate. It requires years of careful transition. I know. Which is why I'm starting now. He handed me the file. Review this. Tell me what's possible. Help me build something better. I took the file, felt the weight of it, both literal and metaphorical. This was Giovanni trying to change, trying to be better, trying to build something worthy of our son. And I was going to use it to destroy him. That evening, I met Detective Chan at a different location, a parking garage in Queens where cameras conveniently malfunctioned. You look troubled, she said without preamble. I spent the day learning exactly how Giovanni's empire functions. It's more extensive than I realized. I handed her a new flash drive, this one loaded with everything I documented. Shipping routes, bribed officials, money laundering operations. Everything. Chen plugged the drive into her laptop, scrolled through files with increasing interest. This is good. Really good. We can use this to start building a case that'll hold up in court. How long until you move on him? Months. We need to verify independently. Build evidence that doesn't rely solely on your testimony. The moment we move, Moretti's lawyers will attack your credibility. Claim you're a scorned ex-wife with an agenda. She looked up from the screen. Can you maintain your position that long? Keep gathering evidence. Yes. And when he finds out? Because these investigations always leak eventually. When Moretti discovers you've been working with law enforcement, what's your exit strategy? I'd been avoiding that question. Avoiding the reality that Giovanni would inevitably discover my betrayal, and when he did, the consequences would be severe. Witness protection if necessary. Or I run, take Luca somewhere Giovanni can't find us. Neither option felt adequate, but they were all I had. Chen's expression softened slightly. You really think you can take his son and disappear? Men like Moretti have resources that make running nearly impossible. Then I'll deal with the consequences when they come. That's not a strategy. That's hope disguised as planning. She closed the laptop, studied me with those sharp detective's eyes. I need you to be smarter than this. If you're going to betray Giovanni Moretti, you need an escape route that actually works. Otherwise, you're just committing suicide with extra steps. The blunt assessment landed hard. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting you start building your exit now. Separate bank accounts he doesn't know about. Documentation that proves you're cooperating under duress. Recordings that show you're gathering this information at our request, not out of vindictive motivation. Chin leaned forward. I need you alive to testify, Ms. Grant. That means I need you planning like your life depends on it. Because it does. She was right. I'd been so focused on gathering evidence, on the long game of destroying Giovanni's empire, that I hadn't adequately planned for the moment when he discovered the betrayal. That moment would come. And I needed to survive it. I'll start building the exit, I said. Separate accounts, documentation, everything you suggested. Good. And Ms. Grant, be careful. The information you're gathering is valuable, but it's not worth dying for. If at any point you feel unsafe, if you think he's suspicious, you contact me immediately. Understood. Understood. I left the parking garage feeling the weight of reality settling on my shoulders. This wasn't a game. Wasn't some abstract revenge fantasy. I was actively betraying a dangerous man who had the resources and motivation to hurt me if he discovered what I was doing. And I was doing it while living in his house, sleeping under his protection, letting our son bond with him more deeply every day. The cognitive dissonance was becoming unbearable. When I returned to the estate, Giovanni's car was already parked at the main house. Unusual. He typically worked until well past dinner. I found him in the guest house living room, Luca asleep on his chest while he worked on his laptop one-handed. Hey, I said softly, not wanting to wake our son. I didn't expect you home so early. Finished my meetings. Thought I'd spend the evening with Luca. Giovanni looked up, and I saw exhaustion etched into his features. He was fussy. Victor said he kept asking for you. Guilt twisted. I'd been meeting with the detective working to imprison his father, and Luca had needed me. I'm sorry. The legal research took longer than expected. You're here now. Giovanni stood carefully, Luca still sleeping against him. Help me put him to bed. We went through the familiar routine together, changing him into pajamas without fully waking him, settling him in his crib, standing together in the doorway watching him sleep. He's getting so big, Giovanni murmured. Every day I see changes. New words, new skills. I missed so much already. The pain in his voice was genuine. This wasn't manipulation or strategy. This was a father mourning lost time with his son. Time I'd stolen from him by keeping Luca secret. You're here now, I said, echoing his earlier words. That's what matters. Is it? He turned to face me, something raw in his expression. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing more harm than good. If my presence in his life makes him a target, puts him in danger he wouldn't face otherwise. Luca needs his father. Luca needs to be safe. Those aren't always the same thing. Giovanni's hand found mine, his touch warm and solid. I've been thinking about what you said this morning. About my operations leaving digital footprints. About modern surveillance making everything more dangerous. You're right. The world my father built in doesn't exist anymore. And I can either adapt or watch everything collapse. So adapt. I'm trying. But adaptation requires trust, and trust is dangerous in my world. His dark eyes held mine. I'm trusting you, Lauren. More than I've trusted anyone in years. More than is probably wise. Please tell me that trust isn't misplaced. The plea in his voice was devastating. This was Giovanni without his armor, vulnerable in a way he never allowed himself to be. And I was the wolf he'd invited into his home. You can trust me, I lied, hating how easily the words came. I want what's best for Luca. That means protecting you, protecting your operations, making sure he has a father who's here and not in prison. Giovanni pulled me closer, wrapped his arms around me in a way that felt more like desperation than desire. Thank you. For being here. For giving me this chance. For not giving up on me even though I gave you every reason to during our marriage. I let him hold me, felt his heartbeat against my cheek, and tried to ignore the crushing weight of guilt threatening to suffocate me. This was what I wanted. His trust, his vulnerability, his complete belief that I was on his side. This was exactly what I needed to destroy him. So why did it feel like I was destroying myself instead? The next 3 weeks passed in a blur of gathering evidence and growing complications. I documented everything Giovanni showed me, every operation, every connection, every vulnerability. My flash drives filled with information that would make Detective Chen's case nearly airtight. But I also found myself genuinely working to help him. Reviewing contracts to eliminate legal exposure. Suggesting restructures that would make his legitimate businesses more profitable. Helping him build the future he claimed to want for Luca. The dual roles were fracturing something inside me. You're getting good at this, Marco Calabrese said during a meeting 3 weeks after my conversation with Giovanni. He was older than I'd expected, maybe 60, with a kind of face that had seen everything and been surprised by nothing. Giovanni chose well when he brought you in. Thank you. Don't thank me. It's just observation. Marco leaned back, studied me with eyes that had probably ordered executions over breakfast. You remind me of my daughter. Smart, strategic, sees angles other people miss. She runs our legitimate operations now. Best decision I ever made. The comparison should have disgusted me. Instead, I felt a flicker of something darker, recognition maybe. I was strategic. I did see angles others missed. I was more like these people than I wanted to admit. Your daughter must be very capable, I said neutrally. She is. And dangerous because people underestimate her. Marco smiled, something sharp beneath the pleasant expression. Beautiful women are always underestimated in our world. Those who are smart enough to use that underestimation, they're the most dangerous people in the room. The statement landed with uncomfortable accuracy. I was using underestimation. Giovanni saw me as a partner now, but underneath he still believed I needed his protection, his guidance. He had no idea I was the most dangerous person in his world. After the meeting, Giovanni pulled me aside. Marco likes you. That's significant. He doesn't respect easily. I wasn't trying to earn his respect. I know. That's probably why he gave it. Giovanni's hand found the small of my back, possessive and casual. You're fitting into this world better than I expected. Sometimes I wonder if you've always had this in you, and I just never looked close enough to see it. What do you mean? The strategic thinking. The ability to navigate dangerous men without flinching. The way you see through manipulation and counter it with your own. His dark eyes studied me. You're a natural at this, Lauren. It's almost like you were made for my world. Fear spiked through me. He was getting too close to the truth, seeing too much. I'm just adapting, I said carefully. Survival instinct. Maybe. But his expression suggested he was filing this observation away, adding it to whatever calculations ran constantly through his mind. That night, I called Detective Chen from a burner phone I'd bought with cash. We might have a problem, I said without preamble. Giovanni's starting to see patterns in my behavior. He's getting suspicious. Suspicious how? He commented on how well I'm adapting to his world. How natural I am at navigating these operations. I paced my bedroom, checking the monitor to ensure no one approached the guest house. He's perceptive, detective. Eventually, he's going to connect the dots. Then we need to move faster. Can you get me financial records for the shell companies? Proof of the bribery payments. If we have that, we can start moving toward arrest warrants. That'll take time. Those records are in his private office, probably encrypted. Then find a way to access them. We're close, Ms. Grant. Don't lose your nerve now. Easy for her to say. She wasn't living in Giovanni's house, lying to his face, watching their son fall in love with a father I was planning to take away. I'll get you the records, I said. Just give me 2 weeks. You have one. After that, we move with what we have. She hung up, leaving me alone with the crushing pressure of a timeline that felt impossible. 1 week to access Giovanni's most protected files. 1 week to gather evidence that would end him. 1 week before everything exploded and I had to face the consequences of what I'd done. The opportunity came 3 days later. Giovanni had a meeting in Philadelphia. Overnight trip that meant he'd be gone for 36 hours. Long enough for me to access his private office at the estate. Long enough to search for the files Detective Chen needed. I don't like leaving you and Luca alone, Giovanni said as he prepared to leave. We stood in my kitchen, his overnight bag already packed. His security team waiting outside. We'll be fine. Victor and the security team are here. And it's just one night. Still. He pulled me close, pressed a kiss to my forehead. Call me if anything feels wrong. Anything at all. I will. The lie came automatically now, smooth and practiced. He left, taking his protection detail with him. Leaving the estate with reduced security. Victor and 2 others, manageable numbers. I waited until midnight, until Luca was deeply asleep and the main house had gone quiet. Then I slipped out of the guest house, moving through shadows I'd mapped over the past weeks. The main house was alarmed, but I had codes now. Giovanni had given them to me weeks ago. Another sign of trust one was about to violate. His private office was on the 2nd floor, overlooking the grounds. The door was locked, but I'd stolen his spare key weeks ago, had it copied before returning it. Inside, the office was exactly what I'd expected. Expensive, minimalist, dominated by a desk that probably cost more than my first car. Computer, locked filing cabinets. A safe hidden behind artwork that I'd need professional help to open. I started with the computer. Giovanni's password was embarrassingly predictable. Luca's birthday. Within minutes, I'd accessed his financial records, started copying files to the flash drive I'd brought. The documents were damning. Payments to customs officials, transfers to offshore accounts, financial ties to organizations law enforcement had been investigating for years. Everything Detective Chen needed to build her case. I was downloading the last file when the office lights switched on. "Find what you were looking for." Giovanni's voice, cold and controlled, came from the doorway. My blood turned to ice. He was supposed to be in Philadelphia. Supposed to be gone for 36 hours. I turned slowly, found him leaning against the doorframe with a casual stance of a predator who'd just caught his prey. "Giovanni, I thought you were in Philadelphia." It was. The meeting ended early. He moved into the room, each step measured and deliberate. "I came home and found Victor unconscious, security system showing you'd entered the main house at midnight, and my office door open. So I'll ask again, find what you were looking for." There was no point lying. He could see the flash drive, see the computer screen displaying financial records, see exactly what I'd been doing. The game was over. "Yes," I said, forcing steel into my voice even as fear tried to strangle me. "I found exactly what I was looking for." Giovanni's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. Something cold and dangerous that reminded me exactly what he was capable of. "How long?" His voice was deceptively calm. "How long have you been planning this?" "Since the night I called you about Luca." No point in softening it. "Since the moment I agreed to move back into your world." The FBI. It wasn't really a question. He already knew. Detective Sarah Chen. Organized Crime Unit. She has weeks of documentation now. Enough to build a case that'll put you in prison for 20 years. Silence stretched between us. Giovanni stood utterly still, and I remembered with sudden visceral clarity that this man had killed people, had ordered executions, had survived in a world where betrayal was answered with violence. I just betrayed him in the most fundamental way possible. "You played me," he said finally, something like admiration beneath the fury. "From the beginning. The desperate mother, the pragmatic co-parent, the partner who wanted to help me build something better. All of it was performance. Yes, even this." He moved closer, and I forced myself not to retreat. "The dinners, the conversations, the moments when you looked at me like maybe you didn't hate me anymore. Performance." I wanted to say yes. Wanted to maintain the lie that I'd felt nothing, that every moment had been calculated manipulation. But I'd already exposed one truth tonight. Might as well be honest about the rest. "Not all of it," I admitted. "Some moments were real. Some of the partnership, some of the connection, that wasn't performance. But it doesn't change what I've done. Doesn't change that I've been gathering evidence to destroy you since the day I moved back." Giovanni laughed, a sound entirely devoid of humor. "You really are magnificent. Ruthless and strategic and absolutely merciless. I underestimated you completely. Most people do." "Clearly." He pulled out his phone, typed something quickly. "Well played, Lauren. You've managed what dozens of law enforcement agencies couldn't. You got inside my defenses, earned my trust, and gathered evidence that could actually hurt me. Impressive. What are you doing?" I watched him type, terror spiking through me. "Calling my lawyer. By morning, every file you copied will be useless. Every connection you documented will be severed or restructured. Every piece of evidence will have legitimate explanations that make your testimony look like vindictive fabrication." He pocketed his phone, his dark eyes holding mine. "Did you really think I'd give you access to information I couldn't defend against? Did you think I was that foolish?" My stomach dropped. "You knew." "Not initially. But I started suspecting 3 weeks ago when you adapted too easily. When you saw through operations without asking the questions someone genuinely learning would ask." His smile was sharp, dangerous. "So I tested you. Gave you information that looked damning but was carefully controlled. Let you think you were gathering evidence when really you were gathering exactly what I wanted law enforcement to have. Documentation that makes me look involved while creating reasonable doubt about every significant allegation." I stared at him, understanding crashing down with sickening weight. I hadn't been playing him. He'd been playing me. "The files I copied. We'll show connections and payments that all have legitimate explanations. We'll prove I did business with questionable people, but not that I knowingly engaged in criminal activity. Giovanni moved closer, backing me against the desk. You're a good lawyer, Lauren. You should know that having dinner with criminals doesn't make you one. Doing business with families that have mob connections doesn't prove you're part of organized crime. Everything you've gathered is circumstantial at best. Chen will see through it. She's been building cases against men like you for years. Men like me always survive, because we're smarter than the people hunting us. His hand came up, gripped my chin with enough force to make his point without causing pain. You betrayed me. Spectacularly, thoroughly, strategically. But you failed. And now you have a choice to make. What choice? Stay or run? He released me, stepped back. If you run, I'll let you go. Take Luca, disappear, try to build a life somewhere I can't find you. Though we both know that's temporary. Eventually I will find you. But I'll give you a head start. Call it respect for how well you played this game. Or you stay. Accept that you lost this round. Work for me legitimately. Help me build the empire I want to give our son, and we pretend this never happened. His expression was unreadable. But if you stay, Lauren, you need to understand something. I know what you're capable of now. I'll never fully trust you again. You'll be watched, monitored, every action scrutinized. Your freedom will be measured and conditional. That sounds like prison. That sounds like consequences. Giovanni moved to the window, staring out at the grounds. You tried to destroy me using our son as cover, using my love for Luca to get close enough to gather evidence. That kind of betrayal doesn't get forgiven. It gets managed. He was right. Failed. Spectacularly. And now I had to live with the consequences. If I stay, I said carefully, what happens to the evidence I already gave Chen? I'll handle Detective Chen. By tomorrow, she'll understand that pursuing me with your testimony will only damage her career. He turned back to face me. The question is whether you can live with staying. Whether you can raise our son in a world where you tried to destroy his father and failed. Could I? The evidence was useless. My alliance with Chen was exposed. My revenge had collapsed before it could even fully form. But Luca was here. Asleep in the guest house, completely unaware that his mother had just tried to imprison his father. I couldn't run without him. And I couldn't take him from Giovanni. Not now, not after he'd discovered my betrayal. I was trapped. I stay, I heard myself say. For Luca. For Luca. Giovanni agreed. And Lauren, don't try this again. Next time I won't be merciful. The threat was clear. He'd let me live, let me stay in our son's life, but only because I'd failed. If I'd succeeded, if my evidence had actually been useful, I didn't want to think about what he would have done. Giovanni left me alone in his office, surrounded by the wreckage of my revenge. Outside, dawn was breaking over the estate, painting the grounds in shades of gold and amber. Beautiful and terrible, like everything in Giovanni's world. I tried to destroy him and failed. Now I had to figure out how to survive the consequences. Chapter 5. The Return of the Wolf. The weeks after my failed betrayal felt like drowning in slow motion. Giovanni kept his word about letting me stay, but the terms of my captivity became immediately clear. Marcus no longer just drove me, he monitored my every movement. My phone was replaced with one Giovanni's tech people had upgraded, with software that logged every call, every text, every search. The guest house that had felt spacious now felt suffocating. Cameras I'd never noticed suddenly visible everywhere I looked. I was a prisoner with an executive salary and designer wardrobe. Mama sad. Luca's question pulled me from dark thoughts. He sat in my lap, his small hand patting my cheek with that intuitive concern toddlers somehow possessed. Almost a year old now, speaking in short sentences, observant in ways that terrified me. Mama's just tired, baby. I kissed his forehead, forced a smile. Want to read a story? Papa's story. Course. Everything was Papa now. Papa's stories, Papa's games, Papa's attention that Luca craved constantly. Giovanni had become a devoted father. Attentive, patient, present in ways that made my chest ache with complicated emotions. He was giving Luca everything I'd wanted during our marriage. Time, attention, genuine engagement. He was being the partner I'd needed, just 10 months too late and under circumstances that made it feel like punishment rather than growth. Papa's working, I said gently. But I can read you his favorite story. The one about the brave knight. Luca considered this, then nodded. Brave knight. Then Papa. I agreed because Giovanni would come. He always did now, appearing every evening to spend time with Luca, to maintain the illusion of family while quietly demonstrating his control. I'd been outmaneuvered so thoroughly I could barely breathe. Detective Chan had stopped contacting me. Giovanni's lawyers had apparently made their point. Pursuing me as a witness would destroy her case and her career. The evidence I'd gathered was useless. My testimony compromised by obvious bias. My credibility shredded by the revelation that I'd been gathering information under false pretenses. My revenge had collapsed into farce. Worse, I'd damaged something I hadn't expected to care about. Whatever fragile trust Giovanni and I had been rebuilding. Now when he looked at me, I saw calculation instead of warmth. Strategic assessment instead of partnership. He'd won. Completely. And I had no idea how to live with that. 3 weeks after the confrontation in his office, Giovanni appeared at the guest house at an unusual hour. 2 in the afternoon, when he was normally in Manhattan handling business. We need to talk, he said without preamble. Victor will watch Luca. Not a request. Never a request anymore. I followed him to the main house, through corridors I'd learned to navigate, into his study where this had all started to unravel. He closed the door, gestured for me to sit. I'm going to Chicago, he said, settling behind his desk. 3 days. Meeting with the Volkov organization about territorial agreements. The Volkovs. Russian syndicate that controlled significant operations in the Midwest. Dangerous, unpredictable, known for extreme violence when negotiations failed. That sounds risky. It is. Which is why I'm telling you. Giovanni leaned forward, his dark eyes holding mine. If something happens to me, there are instructions in the safe. Combinations, account numbers, contacts who'll help you and Luca disappear if necessary. My heart stopped. You think something will happen? I think the Volkovs are unstable and negotiations with unstable partners are always dangerous. I think I need to plan for worst-case scenarios. He pulled out a paper, slid it across the desk. That's the combination. Memorize it, then destroy the paper. I stared at the numbers, feeling reality shift. Giovanni Moretti, always 3 steps ahead, always calculating, was preparing for his own death. Why are you telling me this? After everything I did, why trust me with this information? Because you're Luca's mother. Whatever happens between us, you'll protect him. That's the one thing I know with absolute certainty. His expression softened fractionally. I don't trust you, Lauren. But I trust your love for our son. That's enough. The distinction hurt more than it should have. When do you leave? Tomorrow morning. I'll be back Friday. He stood, moved to the window. I want you to stay on the property while I'm gone. No trips to Manhattan, no meetings, nothing that takes you away from Luca. Victor has instructions to keep you both secure. You mean keep me contained? I mean keep you safe. He turned back, something complicated in his expression. The Volkovs know I have a son now. If negotiations go badly, they might look for leverage. You and Luca are that leverage. Fear spiked through me. Genuine, visceral. Then don't go. Send someone else. I can't. This meeting requires my presence. My authority. Giovanni moved closer, and I saw exhaustion etched into his features. This is what my life is, Lauren. Constant risk management. Constant calculation of which dangers are survivable and which are fatal. I'm good at it. But I'm not infallible. You're scaring me. Good. You should be scared. should understand exactly what world you're living in now. His hand came up, cupped my cheek with surprising gentleness. You tried to destroy me and I stopped you. But the threats you don't see, the enemies you can't predict, those are what keep me awake at night. And now they threaten Luca too. I covered his hand with mine, felt the warmth of his skin, the strength in his fingers. Come back safely. I intend to. He leaned down, pressed a kiss to my forehead, that gesture that felt more intimate than anything sexual. Take care of our son. That's all I ask. He left early the next morning, taking half his security team with him. The estate felt different with him gone, quieter, emptier despite Victor and the remaining guards. I spent the day with Luca, playing in the gardens under Victor's watchful eye, trying not to think about Giovanni negotiating with Russian mobsters in Chicago, trying not to care whether he came back, failing miserably at both. The call came at 2 in the morning on the second night. I jerked awake to my phone ringing, the monitored one Giovanni's people had given me. Unknown number, which should have been impossible given the security protocols. Hello, Ms. Grant. Unfamiliar voice, male accented. Your ex-husband is currently our guest. We'd like to discuss terms for his return. My blood turned to ice. Who is this? Dmitry Volkov. Giovanni and I were having productive discussions until he refused a very reasonable request. Now we're at an impasse. What do you want? $5 million. Wire transfer to accounts I'll provide. You have 12 hours. I don't have access to that kind of money. Giovanni's private accounts do. He gave you safe combinations, yes? Access codes. Use them. Volkov's voice turned cold. 12 hours, Ms. Grant. Or we start sending pieces of him back to demonstrate our seriousness. The line went dead. I sat in the darkness, hands shaking, mind racing. This was a test. Had to be. Giovanni testing my loyalty. Seeing if I'd use the information he'd given me to save him or let him die. Except it didn't feel like a test. It felt real, the fear in my gut, the professional threat in Volkov's voice, the timeline that felt both impossible and deadly serious. Called Victor. He appeared within minutes, fully dressed despite the hour. What's wrong? I explained the call. Watched his expression shift from concern to something colder. It's legitimate, he said after a moment. The number traces to a phone in Chicago. And I lost contact with the boss's security team 6 hours ago. So this is real. They actually have him. Appears so. Victor pulled out his phone, made several calls in rapid succession. I'm activating emergency protocols. But Ms. Grant, you need to understand, if you pay the ransom you make him look weak. Make every other organization think they can grab him for profit. If I don't pay, they kill him. Probably not. They'll negotiate. This is their opening move, not their final offer. But Victor's expression suggested even he wasn't certain. I thought about the safe combinations Giovanni had given me. About the trust he'd placed in me despite my betrayal. About Luca sleeping peacefully upstairs, completely unaware his father was being held hostage by Russian mobsters. About whether I wanted Giovanni to come back. The thought arrived unbidden, ugly, honest. Part of me, the part that was still angry about being outmaneuvered, still resentful about being trapped, still hurt from our failed marriage. That part wondered if this was the universe offering me an exit. If I did nothing, Giovanni might die. His empire would fragment. His protection would evaporate. And I could take Luca and finally escape. All I had to do was nothing. Ms. Grant. Victor's voice pulled me back. What do you want to do? I thought about Luca asking for Papa every day. About Giovanni reading bedtime stories in Italian. About the man who'd revealed his vulnerabilities, shared his fears, trusted me with information that could save his life. The man I tried to destroy. Get me access to his accounts, I heard myself say. I'm paying the ransom. Victor's expression shifted. Surprise, maybe respect. That's not the strategic choice. I don't care. Luca needs his father. I need him, I didn't say. Despite everything, despite the betrayal and the captivity and the complicated mess we've made, I need him alive. 2 hours later, I'd wired $5 million to accounts in the Cayman Islands. Sat in Giovanni's study surrounded by monitors, waiting for confirmation that he'd been released. Waiting to see if I just saved him or signed his death warrant. The call came at dawn. The wire transferred successfully. Volkov's voice, slightly warmer now. Giovanni is being released. He should arrive back in New York by this evening. Is he hurt? Some bruising. Nothing permanent. He's a tough man, your ex-husband. Didn't beg, didn't break, just calculated his odds and waited for rescue. You did well, Ms. Grant. Most women would have hesitated longer. That hesitation costs lives. I want to talk to him. Soon. He's in transit. Volkov's tone shifted, becoming almost friendly. You know, Giovanni spoke of you during our discussions. Said you were the most dangerous person in his world. I'm beginning to understand why. He hung up before I could respond. Victor found me still sitting in the study an hour later, staring at computer screens that showed $5 million disappearing from accounts I'd had no right to access. The boss is in the air, Victor reported. 3 hours. He's requested you meet him when he arrives. Is he angry? I don't know. But Ms. Grant, you made the right choice. For what it's worth. The 3 hours felt endless. I showered, changed, tried to eat breakfast I couldn't taste. Luca sensed my agitation, clingy and fussy in ways he rarely was. Papa come? He asked repeatedly. Papa's coming home soon, baby. At 11:30, the helicopter landed. I watched from the window as Giovanni emerged, moving stiffly, his suit disheveled, visible bruising on his face. But alive. Walking on his own power. He went straight to the main house. 20 minutes later, Victor appeared at the guest house. The boss wants to see you. I'll watch Luca. I found Giovanni in his bathroom, shirtless, examining damage in the mirror. Bruises covered his torso, ribs, abdomen, back. Someone had worked him over professionally, knew how to cause pain without permanent damage. You paid the ransom. He said it without turning around, his voice flat. Yes. Why? Because Luca needs his father. That's not the only reason. Giovanni finally looked at me in the mirror. His dark eyes unreadable. You could have let me die. Could have taken the opportunity one handed you by giving you those account numbers. Could have finally gotten the revenge you've been planning since the night you called me about Luca. He wasn't wrong. I'd considered exactly that. I thought about it, I admitted. For about 10 seconds I thought about doing nothing. Letting the Volkovs solve my problem for me. And then I imagined explaining to Luca why his father wasn't coming home. Imagined watching him grow up without you, wondering if I'd made the right choice. I moved closer, careful of his injuries. I've tried to destroy you, Giovanni. Comprehensively, strategically, with every resource I had. But I don't want you dead. Why not? I'm everything you claim to hate. I've trapped you here, I've taken your freedom, I've turned your revenge back on you. Why save me? Because I love you, I thought but couldn't say. Because despite everything, the betrayal, the captivity, the complicated mess we've made, I still love you. Maybe I never stopped. Because Luca deserves his father, I said instead. And because you're not everything I hate. You're complicated and dangerous and too smart for anyone's good. But you're also trying to be better. Trying to build something worthy of our son. That's worth saving. Giovanni turned to face me fully, and I saw something shift in his expression. The calculation faded, replaced by something raw. You wired $5 million to save me. Used information I gave you in case of emergency. Put yourself at risk by accessing accounts that could have gotten you killed if the Volkovs had double-crossed us. He stepped closer, wincing at the movement. That's not just about Luca. That's about us. There is no us. You made that clear after you caught me betraying you. I said I couldn't trust you. I never said I stopped wanting you. His hand came up, traced my jaw with bruised knuckles. You tried to destroy me, Lauren. Spent weeks gathering evidence, building a case, preparing to watch me go to prison. And then when I actually needed you, when my life depended on your choice, you saved me without hesitation. Do you understand how insane that is? About as insane as giving your potential enemy access to millions of dollars and safe combinations. I gave those to Luca's mother. To the woman I knew would protect him regardless of what she felt about me. Giovanni's thumb traced my lower lip. I didn't expect you to use them to save me. Expected you to take the money and run, honestly. That would have been the smart play. I'm apparently not as smart as you think. Or you're smarter than I gave you credit for. He leaned down, his forehead touching mine. Thank you. For saving my life. For choosing to bring me back even though letting me die would have solved all your problems. You're welcome, I whispered. Try not to get kidnapped again. I can't afford the ransom twice. He laughed, the sound rough and genuine. Then he kissed me. Deep and claiming and full of everything we couldn't say aloud. I melted into him, careful of his injuries, tasting blood and relief and complicated history on his lips. When we broke apart, both breathing hard, Giovanni's expression had shifted into something I couldn't read. Things change now, he said quietly. Between us. You proved something in Chicago, something I didn't expect. We're not enemies anymore, Lauren. I'm not sure what we are, but we're not that. What are we then? Complicated, dangerous, bound together by more than just our son. His hand cupped my face, possessive and gentle. I still don't trust you completely, but I respect you. And I want you despite all the very good reasons I shouldn't. Can you live with that? Could I? He was offering something that wasn't quite forgiveness, wasn't quite freedom. A relationship built on mutual respect and unresolved tension. A partnership that acknowledged our complicated history without pretending it didn't matter. It wasn't what I'd planned. Wasn't the revenge I'd imagined or the escape I'd wanted. But it was real, honest, more than we'd had during our marriage. I can live with that, I said. Giovanni kissed me again, and this time I let myself feel it. Let myself want him despite everything. Let myself acknowledge that my feelings were more complicated than revenge. More nuanced than simple hate or simple love. We were complicated, dangerous, bound by history and choice and a son who needed us both. And maybe that was enough. The next 2 months passed differently than the ones before. Giovanni still monitored me, but the surveillance felt less like imprisonment and more like protection. We developed a routine that felt almost normal, co-parenting Luca, working together on legitimate business strategies, navigating the complicated space between partnership and something more intimate. He never said he trusted me. I never said I'd stopped looking for ways to escape. But we built something anyway. The Sinclair development is ahead of schedule, I reported during one of our weekly business meetings. We sat in his study, papers spread across the desk between us. And fully compliant with all zoning regulations. It'll be profitable and completely clean. Good. That's 3 major projects you've legitimized this quarter. Giovanni made notes on his tablet. You're making it harder for anyone to build a criminal case against me. That's the goal. If you're going to operate in this world, you need legitimate operations that can withstand scrutiny. Speaking of scrutiny, he pulled up something on his computer, turned it so I could see. Detective Chen retired last month. Took a position in the private sector with substantially higher salary. Translation: someone had paid her off or intimidated her into disappearing. Did you? I made it clear that pursuing me would be professionally unwise. She made the smart choice. Giovanni closed the laptop. Your testimony is now irrelevant. The case is dead. I should have felt defeated. Should have mourned the collapse of my revenge. Instead I felt relief. Good, I said. I don't want Luca growing up with his father in prison. Even though that was your goal for months. Goals change. People change. I held his gaze. You're different than you were during our marriage. More open, more present. Better. Kidnapping and near-death experiences have a way of reorganizing priorities. But his expression suggested something more complicated. You changed me, Lauren. The revenge attempt, the betrayal, even the way you saved my life. All of it forced me to see things differently. To be different. How philosophical of you. I'm serious. Giovanni came around the desk, pulled me to my feet. I was a better version of myself when I had to earn your trust after you broke it. When I couldn't just assume your loyalty because we were married. When I had to actually prove I deserved your partnership. Are you saying my betrayal was good for you? I'm saying it was necessary. You tried to destroy me, and in the process you made me better. Made me the kind of man who deserves to be Luca's father. The admission was raw, honest. This was Giovanni without armor, without the careful control he usually maintained. I'm not sorry I tried, I said quietly. But I'm glad I failed. Are you? His arms came around me, pulling me close. Because some days I think you're still planning something. Still looking for angles, still calculating how to escape. He wasn't wrong. Part of me would always be looking for exit routes. Always be planning for the moment when Giovanni's world became too dangerous to survive. But another part of me was here. Genuinely here. Building something with him that felt more real than anything we'd had during our marriage. I'm not planning anything, I lied. I'm just surviving. We're both surviving. Giovanni kissed me, and I felt the truth beneath his words. We were survivors, both of us, navigating a world that wanted to destroy us at every turn. And somehow, we'd found each other again in the wreckage. That night, I stood in Luca's nursery watching him sleep. 14 months old now, growing so fast I could barely keep up. He looked like Giovanni. Same dark hair, same serious expression even in sleep, same determination that would probably drive me insane as he got older. You're thinking too hard. Giovanni's voice came from the doorway. He moved to stand beside me, his arms settling around my shoulders with familiar weight. I'm thinking about what we're teaching him, I said quietly. About what kind of man he'll become, growing up in this world. He'll become whatever he chooses. We'll give him options. Giovanni's gaze stayed on our son. The legitimate businesses are growing. By the time he's old enough to understand what I do, most of it will be clean, legal, something he can be proud of. And the rest will be history. Faded connections, old relationships that no longer matter. He tightened his arm around me. I meant what I said, Lauren. I want to build something better. For him. For us. For us, I repeated, testing the words. Does that mean we're something now? Something more than complicated co-parents? I don't know what we are, but I know I want you here. Want to wake up knowing you're close. Want to navigate this mess together instead of constantly fighting each other. He turned me to face him, his dark eyes holding mine. I love you. I probably never stopped, even when you were actively trying to destroy me. Even when I probably should have hated you. The confession stole my breath. Giovanni, you don't have to say it back. I know your feelings are complicated, but I needed you to know. Needed it said aloud at least once. I looked at him, this complicated, dangerous man who'd trapped me and freed me simultaneously. Who'd outmaneuvered my revenge and then trusted me with his life. Who was trying to be better, trying to build something worthy of our son. Who I loved despite every reason I shouldn't. I love you too, I admitted. I hate that I do. Hate that you outplayed me, hate that I'm here because I failed. But I love you anyway. God help me, I love you anyway. Giovanni kissed me then, and it felt like coming home and jumping off a cliff simultaneously. Terrifying and inevitable, and exactly where I was supposed to be. We were disasters, both of us. Beautiful disasters who'd tried to destroy each other and somehow built something stronger in the wreckage. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Chapter 6. Confession under fire. 5 months after Chicago, I discovered I was pregnant. The test sat on my bathroom counter like an accusation. 2 pink lines that changed everything. Again. Because apparently, I was incapable of learning from my mistakes when it came to Giovanni Moretti and contraception failures. Mama! Luca's voice from the hallway pulled me from spiraling thoughts. I shoved the test into a drawer, pasted on a smile, and opened the door. Hey, troublemaker! What are you doing up? Papa read story. He rubbed his eyes, clutching the stuffed rabbit that had survived 1.5 years of toddler devotion. Please. It's past bedtime, baby. Papa's still working. No, I'm not. Giovanni's voice came from behind Luca. He'd appeared silently as always, still wearing his suit from the office but with his tie loosened and sleeves rolled up. He looked tired, the kind of exhaustion that came from managing empires both legitimate and otherwise. I can always make time for a story, he continued, scooping Luca into his arms. Come on, little man. One more, then sleep. I watched them disappear into the nursery, listened to Giovanni's deep voice beginning a tale in Italian that Luca was somehow starting to understand. My hand drifted to my stomach, still flat, no visible sign of the complication growing there. I was pregnant with Giovanni Moretti's second child while living in what was still technically captivity, despite the careful détente we'd built over the past months. Living with a man I loved and resented in equal measure, who'd outmaneuvered my revenge so thoroughly I'd become his partner instead of his destroyer. The universe apparently had a twisted sense of humor. You're thinking too loud. Giovanni had materialized in the hallway, moving with that predatory silence that still made my pulse jump. What's wrong? Nothing. Just tired. His eyes narrowed. He knew that tone, the one that meant I was lying about something significant. 5 months of careful partnership had taught him to read me better than I wanted. Lauren. It's nothing. Work stress. Another lie, and we both knew it. Giovanni moved closer, crowding my space in that way he had of using his physical presence as communication. We agreed on honesty. No more secrets, no more strategies. Whatever this is, tell me. I could have kept lying. Could have hidden the pregnancy for weeks, figured out my feelings, decided how to navigate this latest complication. But I was exhausted from secrets, from strategies, from constantly calculating 3 moves ahead. I'm pregnant. The words hung between us like a detonation waiting to explode. Giovanni went utterly still, that particular frozen moment I recognized from when he was processing information that fundamentally shifted his calculations. How long have you known? About 30 minutes. I took the test right before Luca woke up. And you're certain? 3 tests. All positive. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly cold. I know this is complicated. I know we didn't plan this. I know. I'm happy. The words stopped my spiral. I looked up at him, found something soft in his expression that I rarely saw. You're happy. Terrified but happy. Giovanni's hand came up, cupped my cheek with careful tenderness. I missed everything with Luca, the pregnancy, the birth, the first months. I never thought I'd get another chance. Never thought I wanted one, honestly. But this. His palm moved to rest against my still flat stomach. This is a gift, Lauren. A second chance I don't deserve but want desperately. Relief and terror warred in my chest. You're sure? Because this ties us together even more permanently. No clean exits, no easy escapes. I haven't wanted easy escapes since Chicago. He pulled me close, careful and possessive. You saved my life. Chose to bring me back when letting me die would have freed you. That changed everything, Lauren. Made me understand that whatever we're building, it's worth the complications. I let myself lean into him, felt his heartbeat steady against my cheek. This was real. Terrifying and impossible, but real. I'm scared, I admitted. Last time I was pregnant, I was alone and desperate. This time I don't even know what I am. Your partner. Your prisoner. Your. My love, Giovanni said quietly. Complicated and stubborn and mine. That's what you are. The declaration should have felt possessive. Instead, it felt like belonging. "We need to be more careful," I said, already thinking strategically. "The pregnancy makes us more vulnerable. If the Volkovs or any other organization discovers I'm carrying your child, they won't. We'll be careful." But I felt tension enter his body, his mind already working through security protocols. "How far along?" "Maybe 6 weeks. I'll need to see a doctor to confirm." "I'll arrange it. Private physician, someone completely trustworthy." Giovanni pulled back enough to look at me, something fierce in his expression. "This stays between us until we can't hide it anymore. No one outside this house knows. Not my people, not anyone. Understood?" "Understood." He kissed me then, deep and claiming and full of promises neither of us could guarantee. When we broke apart, I saw the shift in him, the calculating mind already adjusting plans, revising security measures, preparing for new vulnerabilities. "This changes the timeline," he said, more to himself than me. "I need to legitimize faster, create cleaner separation from questionable operations. By the time this child arrives, everything needs to be defensible." "Giovanni, that's not realistic. You can't rebuild your entire empire in 7 months. Watch me." His jaw set in that stubborn line I recognized. "Our children deserve better than growing up with a father who operates in shadows. You were right about that, back when you were gathering evidence to destroy me. I just needed the right motivation to actually commit to change. And a second child is that motivation. You are. Both of you." He touched my stomach again, that gesture already becoming familiar. "I want to be the man you thought I could be when you agreed to stay. The man Luca and this baby deserve. That requires change, Lauren. Real, fundamental change." I wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that Giovanni Moretti could actually transform from criminal enterprise to legitimate businessman. But I'd learned to be suspicious of easy promises. "Actions," I said. "Not words. Show me the change, don't just talk about it." "Fair enough." Giovanni's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his expression shifting into something harder. "I need to take this. Go to bed. We'll talk more in the morning." He disappeared into his study, and I stood alone in the hallway, hand resting on my stomach, wondering if I just made the biggest mistake of my life by telling him. Or if maybe, just maybe, this was the push he needed to actually become someone different. The call Giovanni took that night changed everything. I didn't know it immediately. He was good at compartmentalizing, at keeping business separate from personal. But over the next week, I noticed changes. Increased security, more guards patrolling the grounds, tension radiating from Giovanni that he tried to hide around Luca. Something was wrong. "Tell me what's happening," I demanded one evening after Luca was asleep. We were in Giovanni's study, the room where so much of our complicated history had unfolded. "You've doubled security, you're barely sleeping, and I've watched you check your phone obsessively for days. What aren't you telling me?" Giovanni looked up from the documents he'd been reviewing, exhaustion evident in the lines around his eyes. "The Calabrese family is making moves. Marco's son, Tony, is challenging his father's authority. Claims the old territorial agreements don't serve their interests anymore." Tony Calabrese. I'd met him once, during a business dinner months ago. Young, ambitious, with the kind of reckless confidence that made dangerous men even more dangerous. "What kind of moves?" "He wants to renegotiate our infrastructure arrangement. Wants majority control of shipping routes I've built over 15 years. Giovanni's jaw tightened. Marco would never agree to those terms. But Marco had a stroke last week. He's alive but incapacitated. Tony's effectively running things now. Can you negotiate? I've tried. Tony's not interested in negotiation. He wants submission or war. The word hung between us, heavy with implications. War means violence, I said quietly. Means putting ourselves, putting Luca, putting this baby at risk. I know. Giovanni stood, moved to the windows overlooking the grounds. Which is why I'm trying every possible diplomatic solution. But Lauren, you need to understand, if Tony pushes this, if he decides to make an example of me, I can't just surrender. The moment I show weakness, every other family will sense it. We'll start testing boundaries, pushing for concessions. One capitulation leads to complete collapse. So what's the alternative? I fight. Defend our territory, protect our operations. Demonstrate that challenging me costs more than it's worth. He turned back to face me. And I keep you and Luca as far from the fallout as possible. Fear spiked through me. Visceral, maternal. How? How do you keep us safe if you're at war with one of the most powerful families in New York? By moving you. Tonight. I stared at him. What? I have a property upstate. Completely off the books. No connection to my known assets. Victor will take you and Luca there. You'll stay until this situation resolves. Absolutely not. I'm not running away and leaving you to handle this alone. This isn't about running. It's about survival. Giovanni moved closer, gripped my shoulders with barely controlled intensity. You're pregnant, Lauren. You're carrying my child while my world threatens to explode into violence. I can't protect you both and fight Tony simultaneously. I need to know you're safe so I can do what's necessary without hesitation. What you're really saying is you need me out of the way so you can do terrible things without me watching. I need you alive. His control cracked, genuine fear bleeding through. Tony Calabrese is unpredictable and violent. If he decides the fastest way to hurt me is through you, through Luca, I can't. His voice broke. I can't lose you. Any of you. So please, Lauren. For once, don't fight me on this. Just go. I'd never heard that kind of raw terror in his voice. Giovanni Moretti, who faced death threats with calculation and composure, was genuinely afraid. Not for himself. Was. How long? I asked quietly. I don't know. Days, maybe weeks. However long it takes to resolve this with Tony. Resolve how? Giovanni's expression shuttered. However, it needs to be resolved. Translation: violently. Permanently. In ways that would haunt him but keep us safe. I want daily updates, I said. I want to know you're alive, that you're okay. No radio silence, no disappearing for days. Agreed. And when this is over, when Tony's dealt with, you come get us yourself. Not Victor, not some guard. You. I promise. Giovanni pulled me close, his arms tight around me. I'll come for you. Always. We left at midnight, Victor driving a nondescript SUV with Luca asleep in his car seat and my hastily packed bags in the trunk. The property upstate was 3 hours away, buried deep in the Catskills where cell service was sporadic and neighbors were miles apart. The house was smaller than the Westchester estate. Only 4 bedrooms, dated kitchen, furniture that looked comfortable but worn. Safe house, not a home. Security protocols, Victor said, walking me through the systems. Perimeter alarms, reinforced doors, panic room in the master bedroom. You know the drill. I know the drill, I agreed, exhausted and numb. The boss will call every evening at 8. If he misses a call, you follow the emergency evacuation plan. Grab Luca, take the go bag in the panic room, and drive to this address. He handed me a paper with directions. Don't deviate, don't try to contact anyone. Just go. Victor. I stopped him before he could leave. Will he be okay? Honestly. The guard's expression was unreadable. The boss has survived worse. But Ms. Grant. The Calabrese family doesn't make empty threats. Whatever happens in the next few weeks, it's going to be bad. He left, taking the SUV and any illusion of safety with him. I stood in the unfamiliar house, Luca asleep upstairs, and felt the weight of what Giovanni was facing. What he was willing to do to protect us. What it would cost him regardless of whether he survived. The first week passed in agonizing slowness. Giovanni called every evening at 8. His voice controlled but strained. The conversations were brief. Confirmations he was alive. Reassurances Luca was fine, carefully neutral discussions that revealed nothing about what he was actually doing. "How are you feeling?" he asked on the 5th night. "The pregnancy. Fine. Some morning sickness, nothing terrible." I kept my voice level despite the fear gnawing at me. "Giovanni, what's happening?" "Really?" Tony's pushing boundaries. Testing my response. "We've had incidents." "What kind of incidents?" "The kind I don't want to describe while you're alone in a safe house worrying." "Oz. Trust me, Lauren. I'm handling this." "That's what I'm afraid of." The line went quiet. When Giovanni spoke again, his voice was softer. "I love you. Whatever happens, remember that. I'm doing this because I love you and our children more than I care about my own survival. Don't talk like that. Don't talk like you're preparing for the worst." "I'm always preparing for the worst. It's how I've stayed alive this long." He let out a breath. "Kiss Luca for me. Tell him Papa will see him soon. Tell him yourself when you come get us." "I will. I promise." But the promise felt fragile, breakable, like something that might shatter before it could be kept. On the 8th night, Giovanni didn't call. I waited by the phone from 7:30 onward, watching the minutes tick past 8, then 8:15, then 8:30. My heart hammered against my ribs, every terrible possibility flooding my mind. He was hurt, ruptured. At 9 o'clock, the phone finally rang. "Lauren." Victor's voice, not Giovanni's. "There's been a situation." My legs gave out. I sank onto the couch, phone pressed to my ear. "Is he alive?" "Yes. But he's been shot. Took a bullet protecting one of his men during an ambush. He's stable, in surgery now at a private facility." "How bad?" "Bad enough that he can't call tonight. But Ms. Grant, he made me promise to tell you, he's okay. He's gonna be okay. And he wants you to stay put, follow the protocols, keep yourself and Luca safe." "I want to see him." "That's not possible. The facility's location is classified for security reasons. And bringing you there would compromise the safe house." Victor's tone softened. "He knew you'd want to come. Specifically told me to tell you that the best thing you can do for him right now is stay safe. That knowing you're protected lets him focus on healing." I wanted to argue. Wanted to demand Victor bring me to Giovanni immediately. But I was pregnant, alone with a toddler. And Giovanni had been shot protecting his people from a war he was fighting to keep us safe. The least I could do was follow his instructions. "Will you call me tomorrow? Give me updates. Every day at 8. You have my word." "Oz." "He's strong, Ms. Grant. He'll survive this. He always does." The line went dead. I sat in the darkness of the unfamiliar house, hand resting on my stomach where our second child grew, and let myself cry for the first time since this nightmare had started. Giovanni had been shot. Was in surgery. Might die before I ever saw him again. And I was trapped in a safe house, unable to help, unable to do anything except wait and pray and hope that the man I'd tried to destroy survived long enough for me to tell him I loved him one more time. Giovanni called 3 days later. His voice was rough, strained with pain he was trying to hide. "Lauren, you're alive." The relief was overwhelming, crushing. "Victor said you were shot. Shoulder. Clean through, no permanent damage. Hurts like hell but I'll survive." He paused, and I heard him breathing carefully, managing pain. "How are you? How's Luca?" "We're fine. Scared and worried, but fine." I gripped the phone tighter. "What happened?" "Tony set up an ambush. Planned it well. Would have succeeded if we hadn't had advance warning. One of his own people leaked the plan. Apparently not everyone in the Calabrese organization supports his leadership style." Giovanni's voice hardened. "We responded. Decisively. Tony won't be a problem anymore." The careful phrasing told me everything I needed to know. Tony Calabrese was dead. Giovanni had killed him or ordered it done. "Is it over?" I asked quietly. "The immediate threat, yes. But there will be fallout. The Calabrese family will need to reorganize, choose new leadership, decide whether to honor the old agreements or continue Tony's aggressive expansion. I'm working to ensure they choose peace. But Lauren, I need you to stay at the safe house for at least another week. Until I'm certain things have stabilized. Another week of not seeing you. Not knowing if you're really okay. My voice broke despite my best efforts. I can't do this, Giovanni. Can't sit here helpless while you fight wars and nearly die. You're not helpless. You're keeping our children safe. That's everything, Lauren. That's what makes all of this worthwhile. I want to see you. Want to confirm with my own eyes that you're alive and healing. Soon. Promise. As soon as it's safe, I'll come for you. His breathing sounded labored, painful. I need to go. The painkillers are making it hard to think clearly. I love you, Lauren. Tell Luca I love him. And tell our baby. His voice caught. Tell our baby that Papa can't wait to meet them. Giovanni. But the line was already dead. I stood holding the phone, feeling the distance between us like a physical ache. He'd been shot. Nearly killed. And I couldn't even see him, couldn't hold him, couldn't confirm he was really okay. This was Giovanni's world. Violence and separation and constant fear that the next phone call would be the one telling me he was gone. Chosen this. Chosen to stay, to build a life with him despite knowing what his world cost. Now I had to live with those consequences. Giovanni finally came for us 12 days after the ambush. I heard the car before I saw it, ran to the window to find him climbing out of the driver's seat, moving stiffly, his left arm in a sling, but alive and whole and here. Papa! Luca had heard too, was already running for the door. I caught him before he could barrel outside. Held him back while Giovanni crossed the distance between us with deliberate steps. Then he was inside, and Luca was in his good arm. And Giovanni was looking at me like I was oxygen after drowning. Lauren! I went to him, careful of his injuries, and let him pull me close with his good arm. Felt his heartbeat strong and steady, breathed in his scent, confirmed with every sense that he was real and alive and here. You came, I whispered against his chest. I promised. He kissed the top of my head, held us both as tight as his injuries allowed. I'll always come for you. Always. We stood like that for a long moment, a family fractured by violence and reunited by sheer stubborn survival. Is it over? Asked finally. Really over. The Calabrese family elected Marco's nephew as their new leader. He's reasonable, traditional, respects the old agreements. We've already negotiated terms for continued partnership. Giovanni's voice carried exhaustion and relief. It's over, Lauren. We're safe. For now. For now, he agreed. But I'm using this as motivation. The legitimizing I promised, it starts immediately. I want out of this world, out of the violence and constant threats. Want to build something our children can actually be proud of. I pulled back enough to look at him. Saw genuine determination in his expression. That's a long process. I know. But I'm committed. You, Luca, this baby, you're my priorities now. Everything else is just details to manage. He touched my stomach gently. How are you feeling? How's the pregnancy? Good. Everything's progressing normally. I covered his hand with mine. We're okay, Giovanni. All of us. Then that's all that matters. He kissed me, careful and claiming. Let's go home. Real home, not safe houses. I want to sleep in my own bed with you beside me and know that tomorrow will be boring and safe and ordinary. You hate boring. I'm learning to love it. He scooped Luca up again, winced at the movement but didn't put him down. Come on. Let's leave this place behind. We drove back to Westchester in comfortable silence, Luca chattering about everything he'd done while Giovanni was gone, Giovanni listening with patient attention despite obvious exhaustion. This was what I'd wanted during our marriage. His presence, his attention, his genuine engagement with family. I tried to destroy him for not giving me this. Now I had it, earned through survival and stubbornness and the slow, painful process of becoming people who could actually be partners. It wasn't the revenge I'd imagined. But maybe it was something better. Chapter 7. The Price of Mercy. 6 months pregnant, I stood in federal court watching Giovanni Moretti testify against the remnants of the Calabrese organization. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. The legitimization process Giovanni had promised was proceeding, slowly, painfully, with a kind of bureaucratic complexity that made my legal background essential. But 3 months after the war with Tony Calabrese, the FBI had approached with an offer we couldn't refuse. Testify against the Calabrese family's remaining operations, help them build a case against the infrastructure Tony had used for drug trafficking, and receive immunity for any past involvement in their operations. It was a chance to clean the slate, to truly separate from the criminal world rather than just create better legal insulation. It was also incredibly dangerous. Mr. Moretti, can you describe your business relationship with Anthony Calabrese? The federal prosecutor was a woman in her 40s, sharp-eyed and relentless. Giovanni sat in the witness box looking every inch the legitimate businessman. Tailored suit, measured responses, the kind of credibility that came from months of preparation with lawyers who charged more per hour than most people made in a week. Tony Calabrese approached me 2 years ago about using my import infrastructure for his operations, Giovanni said, his voice carrying clearly through the courtroom. I declined. I've worked hard to build legitimate businesses, and I wasn't interested in compromising that for partnership with someone known for reckless expansion. It was technically true. Also carefully phrased to omit the years of partnership Giovanni had maintained with Marco Calabrese, the infrastructure he'd built specifically to accommodate questionable shipments, the percentage he'd taken from operations that skirted or crossed legal boundaries. The immunity deal covered all of it. As long as Giovanni testified truthfully about Tony's operations, his own past activities were protected. But you eventually did business with Mr. Calabrese? Under duress. After his father's incapacitation, Tony made it clear that refusing his demands would result in violence against my family. Giovanni's gaze flickered to where I sat in the gallery, his hand moving unconsciously to where a scar marked where Tony's bullet had torn through his shoulder. I have a son. At the time, my ex-wife was pregnant with our second child. I couldn't risk their safety. More truth. Also carefully constructed to position Giovanni as victim rather than willing participant. I watched the jury absorb his testimony, saw them respond to his controlled demeanor, his obvious intelligence, the subtle implication that he'd been trapped between impossible choices. They believed him. The testimony continued for 3 hours. Giovanni detailed shipping routes, described meetings with Tony's lieutenants, provided documentation that my legal team had carefully curated to be damning for the Calabrese organization while protecting Giovanni's interests. It was a masterclass in strategic truth-telling. When the prosecutor finally dismissed him, Giovanni caught my eye across the courtroom. Something passed between us, acknowledgement of what we'd just done, the line we'd just crossed, the betrayal of criminal code that said you never testified against your own kind. Giovanni Moretti, who'd built an empire on loyalty and controlled violence, had just become an informant. Price of mercy. The cost of legitimacy. The only way to truly protect our family. You did well today, I said that evening. We were in his study at the Westchester estate, Luca asleep upstairs, the weight of the day's testimony hanging heavy between us. I betrayed everything my father taught me. Giovanni stood at his usual place by the windows, scotch in hand, tension radiating from his frame. Testifying in federal court, giving up information about operations that kept families employed for decades. He'd disown me if he were alive to see it. Your father operated in a different time, different world. I moved to stand beside him, my pregnant belly making the simple movement awkward. You're adapting, evolving, choosing your children's future over loyalty to a code that would get them killed. Choosing you, he corrected quietly. I'm choosing you, Lauren. This family we're building. Everything else is just details I'm willing to sacrifice. His hand found mine, our fingers interlacing. Outside, early spring rain fell across the grounds, washing away the last traces of winter. How do you feel about it? He asked. Watching me testify, Knowing that I'm burning bridges with people who used to be allies. Knowing that this makes us targets in different ways. Relieved, I admitted. Terrified but relieved. Every piece of legitimate business we build, every connection to the criminal world we sever, it's one step closer to a life where Luca and the baby can be safe. Where we're not constantly looking over our shoulders. We'll always be looking over our shoulders. That's the price of the life I've lived. You can leave the criminal world, but the criminal world doesn't necessarily leave you. Giovanni's jaw tightened. There are people who'll see my testimony as unforgivable betrayal. Who'll want revenge regardless of immunity deals or federal protection. Then we deal with them. Together. I turned to face him fully, forced him to look at me. You're not alone in this, Giovanni. Whatever comes, whatever threats emerge, we face them as partners. That's what you promised when you asked me to stay. I promised a lot of things. Not all of them have been pleasant to deliver on. No, I agreed. But you've delivered nonetheless. The legitimization is happening. The testimony gives us immunity. In 6 months, when this baby arrives, you'll be further from the criminal world than you were when Luca was born. That's progress, Giovanni. Real, measurable progress. He pulled me close, careful of my belly. His arms wrapping around me with a fierceness that betrayed the fear he was trying to hide. I love you, he said roughly. More than I've ever loved anything. And I'm terrified that my past will destroy what we're building. That someone will come for you, for our children, for everything that matters because I couldn't leave the darkness completely behind. Then we make sure they can't reach us. We use every resource, every advantage, every strategic move in your considerable arsenal to build walls they can't breach. I pulled back enough to look at him. You survived decades in a world designed to destroy people like you. You can survive this transition. We can survive it together. You have too much faith in me. I have exactly the right amount of faith. I've seen what you're capable of when you're motivated. I touched his face, traced the scar on his chin that I'd memorized during our marriage. And nothing motivates you more than protecting this family. Giovanni kissed me then, deep and desperate and full of everything he couldn't articulate. When we broke apart, I saw the determination settling back into his expression. Tomorrow I meet with the real estate developers about the waterfront project. Completely legitimate, no questionable partners, everything documented and transparent. He helped me settle onto the couch, his hand resting on my belly where the baby was active tonight. It's a $10 million deal that doesn't require me to compromise a single principle. That's the future I'm building, Lauren. Clean money, honest partnerships. Something our children can actually inherit without shame. I'll review all the contracts, I said. Make sure everything is airtight. I know you will. You've been reviewing everything for months. Caught 3 potentially problematic clauses last week alone. His smile was genuine, warm. Best legal counsel I've ever had. Possibly because you actually care about keeping me out of prison. Possibly because I'm sleeping with the client and have a vested interest in his continued freedom. Giovanni laughed, the sound releasing some of the tension that had coiled through him since the courthouse. Conflict of interest. Absolutely. But I'll disclose it in all relevant documentation. We sat like that for a while, comfortable silence broken only by the rain against the windows and Luca's baby monitor transmitting the soft sounds of toddler sleep. This was what I'd wanted during our marriage. What I'd tried to destroy him for not giving me. Presence, partnership, the sense that we were building something together rather than existing in separate worlds that occasionally collided. I'd gotten it through the strangest possible path, betrayal and failure and reluctant cooperation that had somehow transformed into genuine partnership. The universe's twisted sense of humor indeed. The baby arrived early. Not dangerously early. Just 3 weeks before her due date, during a thunderstorm that made the drive to the hospital feel like navigating through a war zone. Giovanni drove with white-knuckled intensity, simultaneously trying to stay calm for my sake and clearly terrified that something would go wrong. Breathe, I told him between contractions. You're more panicked than I am. I missed this with Luca. I can't miss it again. Can't. Another contraction hit, cutting off whatever he'd been about to say as he focused on driving faster through rain that made visibility nearly impossible. We made it to the private hospital Giovanni had arranged. The same facility that had treated him after Tony's bullet. Discreet, secure, staffed by doctors who asked no questions and provided excellent care. Mr. Moretti, Ms. Grant. The attending physician greeted us with professional calm. Let's get you comfortable. From what you've described, we have some time yet. We didn't. The baby, apparently impatient like her father, arrived 90 minutes later with a kind of speed that left everyone slightly stunned. One moment I was in early labor. The next I was holding a tiny, furious girl who announced her displeasure at being born with impressive volume. She's perfect, Giovanni breathed, staring at our daughter like she'd descended from heaven specifically to terrify him. Lauren, she's perfect. She's loud, I said, exhausted and giddy. Takes after you. She has your nose. And your stubbornness, apparently, arriving early and on her own schedule. Giovanni touched her small fist with one finger, his expression transforming into something I'd never seen before. Pure, uncomplicated joy. Hello, little one. I'm your papa. I'm never letting anything hurt you. The promise was fierce, absolute. The same promise he'd made to Luca, extended now to this tiny girl who'd entered the world during a storm. We named her Isabella Rose. Bella for short, though Giovanni insisted on using her full name because she deserves the dignity of her complete identity. You're going to spoil her rotten, I observed 2 days later. We were back at the estate, Bella sleeping in the bassinet beside our bed while Luca napped in his room. Giovanni hadn't left her side except for brief trips to check on Luca, his attention completely captured by his daughter. Absolutely. He didn't even pretend to deny it. She's my princess. Spoiling her is my prerogative as her father. What about Luca? Don't you spoil him too. Luca is my son. I'm preparing him to be strong, capable, able to navigate the world with confidence. Giovanni looked up from where he was watching Bella sleep with obsessive attention. Bella will be whatever she wants to be. I'll support her completely while terrifying any boy who looks at her wrong. She's 3 days old. It's never too early to start planning. I laughed, the sound surprising me. Joy felt strange after months of tension and danger. But here, in this moment, with our children safe and Giovanni transformed by fatherhood, joy felt possible. Maybe even sustainable. The retaliation came 3 weeks after Bella's birth. I was alone in the house, Giovanni in Manhattan for meetings, Victor taking Luca to a doctor's appointment, the security team spread across the property in their usual positions. Just me and Bella, who was sleeping peacefully in her bassinet while I caught up on contract reviews. The first indication something was wrong came when the security system's alarm went silent. Not triggered. Silent. Someone had disabled it from the inside. Training kicked in immediately. I grabbed Bella from her bassinet, ran for the panic room in the master bedroom, punched in the code Giovanni had made me memorize months ago. The door didn't open. Someone had changed the code. Going somewhere, Ms. Grant. The voice came from behind me. Unfamiliar, male, carrying the kind of casual menace that suggested professional violence. I turned slowly, Bella clutched to my chest, and found 2 men in the hallway. Young, late 20s, with the hard edges of people who'd grown up in violent worlds. One held a gun, pointed casually in my direction. The other held a phone, filming. Marco Calabrese sends his regards, the one with the phone said. Seems he's not as reasonable as your husband thought. Seems he's very interested in sending a message about what happens to people who testify against family. My blood turned to ice. Marco. I'd assumed the stroke had incapacitated him, that his nephew's reasonable leadership meant the threat had passed. Assumed wrong. Marco's in a nursing facility. Incapacitated. I kept my voice steady despite terror threatening to strangle me. Marco's been playing dead while his nephew cleans house and makes alliances Marco didn't approve of. Now Marco's back, and he's very unhappy with the Moretti family. The gun moved slightly, pointing more deliberately. Your husband burned our operations, got our people arrested, violated every code of loyalty our families built over decades. That requires response. So respond to Giovanni. I'm not. You're everything, the one filming interrupted. You're his weakness, his family, the thing he'll destroy himself to protect. He moved the phone, getting a better angle. Marco wants Giovanni to watch this. Wants him to understand what betrayal costs. The gun rose, pointed at Bella. And I understood with crystal clarity that they were going to kill my daughter while filming it. Send it to Giovanni as a message. As revenge. As the price of his testimony. Time seemed to slow. I saw the finger starting to squeeze the trigger. Saw Bella's small face, peaceful in sleep, completely unaware. Saw the end of everything I'd tried to build. Then Victor appeared behind them, moving with the silent lethality of his former Secret Service training. 2 shots, both suppressed, both precisely placed. The men dropped before they could fire. Victor caught the phone as it fell, crushed it under his boot, then moved to me with professional calm. Are you hurt? I couldn't speak. Could only clutch Bella and shake my head. Luca. Safe. In the car with my backup. I got an alert that the security system had been compromised. Came back immediately. Victor was already on his phone, calling for cleanup for additional security for Giovanni. The boss is en route. 15 minutes. I sank to the floor, my legs no longer supporting me, and held my daughter while she slept through the violence that had nearly ended her life. Giovanni arrived like a force of nature. I heard the helicopter before I saw it, watched him jump out before the blades fully stopped, running across the lawn with terror naked on his face. He found me in the living room where Victor had moved us, still holding Bella, still shaking despite the blanket someone had wrapped around my shoulders. Lauren. He was on his knees in front of me, hands cupping my face, eyes searching for injuries. Are you hurt? Is Bella? We're fine. Victor. My voice broke. Victor saved us. They were going to. I know. Giovanni pulled us both into his arms, holding us with a desperation that betrayed how close we'd come to losing everything. I know, Tesoro. I'm here now. You're safe. Marco Calabrese. He's alive, Giovanni. The stroke was fake. He's been planning this, waiting for the right moment. I looked up at him, saw my fear reflected in his eyes. He tried to kill Bella, while filming it, to send to you. Something shifted in Giovanni's expression. The fear burned away, replaced by something colder. Something I recognized from our early marriage, before he'd started trying to be better. Pure, calculated fury. Where's Victor? Here, boss. Victor appeared in the doorway. The situation is contained. Bodies removed, security system restored. All vulnerabilities addressed. But Mr. Moretti, we have a problem. Marco Calabrese didn't just fake his stroke. He's been consolidating power while his nephew thought he was running things. He has more resources than we anticipated. Then we eliminate the resources. Giovanni's voice was flat, emotionless. The voice of a man making executive decisions about other people's deaths. Marco wanted to send a message. I'll send one back. Clear, unmistakable, permanent. Giovanni. I started to protest, to remind him about the legitimization, about becoming someone different. No. He cut me off, his dark eyes holding mine. You and our children almost died today because I tried to play by civilized rules with uncivilized people. Marco Calabrese doesn't understand mercy. Doesn't respond to legal proceedings or immunity deals. He understands violence. So I'll speak his language one final time. This will undo everything we've built. Everything you've testified to, all the immunity. Means nothing if you're dead. Giovanni stood, gently taking Bella from my arms and settling her in her bassinet. Then he crouched in front of me again, his hands framing my face. I promise to protect you. Keep our family safe. Sometimes that requires becoming the monster I've been trying to leave behind. I'm sorry, Lauren. But I won't let mercy cost me my family. I saw the truth in his eyes. Understood that the legitimization would have to wait. That survival came first. That the man I'd fallen in love with included this capacity for violence when his family was threatened. Do what you have to do, I heard myself say. But come back to us. Alive and whole, not as a monster. As their father. I promise. He kissed me, fierce and claiming. Victor will stay with you. Additional security is already en route. Don't leave the estate, don't answer phones from numbers you don't recognize. Don't trust anyone except our immediate people. Understood. Understood. Giovanni stood. His demeanor shifting into something I recognized from years ago. The predator emerging. The criminal mastermind calculating moves and countermoves. The man who'd built an empire through strategic violence. He was terrifying. He was also the only thing standing between us and more attacks from Marco Calabrese. I'll be back by morning, he said. Then to Victor. Nothing gets through. I don't care if it's the president himself. No one reaches my family until I return. He left, taking half the security team with him, leaving me alone with Victor and the stark understanding that the war wasn't over. It was just entering its final, bloodiest phase. Giovanni returned at dawn as promised. He looked exhausted, his suit disheveled, blood on his shirt that I prayed wasn't his. He went straight to Bella's bassinet, stood watching her sleep for long moments before moving to where I waited on the couch. Is it done? I asked quietly. It's done. Marco Calabrese won't threaten anyone again. Giovanni's voice was flat, empty. Neither will his top lieutenants, his enforcers, or anyone who thought attacking my family was acceptable strategy. How many? Enough. He sank onto the couch beside me. Let me pull him close despite the blood and exhaustion. I'm sorry, Lauren. I know this wasn't what we planned. No, it sets back the legitimization. But I couldn't. I know. I held him, felt him shaking with adrenaline and aftermath. I understand. You did what was necessary. Necessary doesn't make it right. No. But it makes us alive. I pulled back enough to look at him. You protected our family. That's what fathers do. Sometimes that requires terrible choices. I killed 6 men tonight. Ordered the deaths of 4 more. Sent a message that will reverberate through every organization in the tri-state area. Giovanni's dark eyes met mine, haunted. I became exactly what I've been trying to stop being. For one night. For a specific purpose. That doesn't erase the months of work toward legitimacy. Doesn't undo the testimony or the immunity or the clean businesses you're building. I touched his face, made him focus on me. You're not your worst moment, Giovanni. You're the sum of all your choices, most of which have been moving in the right direction. You're generous with your forgiveness. I'm pragmatic about survival. And right now, surviving required you to do terrible things. I accept that. I accept you, darkness and all. I leaned my forehead against his. Now go shower. Burn those clothes. And come back to bed. Your children need their father, and I need my partner. Giovanni kissed me gratefully, desperately, then disappeared into the bathroom. I heard the shower start. Imagined him washing away blood and violence, trying to scrub himself clean of decisions that would haunt him. But he'd done it. Kept us safe. Eliminated the threat that had nearly destroyed everything we'd built. The price of mercy paid in full. Now we just had to figure out how to live with the cost. Chapter 8. Revenge completed. 2 years after Marco Calabrese's death, I stood in Giovanni's office reviewing the quarterly reports for Moretti Enterprises and realized something extraordinary. We'd done it. Every business was legitimate. Every partnership was clean. Every dollar flowing through our accounts could withstand IRS scrutiny, federal investigation, or public examination. Giovanni Moretti had successfully transitioned from criminal empire to legitimate businessman. It had taken 2 years of meticulous work, countless negotiations, strategic partnerships with people who had no connection to organized crime. 2 years of slowly severing ties with the underworld, redirecting resources, building something that could survive in daylight rather than just shadows. 2 years of becoming someone different. You're smiling. Giovanni's voice came from the doorway. He just returned from a meeting with city planners about a community development project in the Bronx. Affordable housing, retail space, parks that would actually serve the neighborhood rather than just extract profit from it. Completely legitimate. Almost philanthropic. The kind of project that would make Luca and Bella proud when they were old enough to understand what their father had built. I'm smiling because your quarterly earnings from legitimate operations exceeded projections by 18%, I said, turning the laptop so he could see. The waterfront development is ahead of schedule, the import business is thriving without any questionable cargo, and the real estate portfolio is consistently profitable. You're officially boring, Giovanni. Boring and rich. He moved into the office, loosening his tie as he crossed to where I sat. I'll take that trade. He looked different than he had during our first marriage. Not physically. He was still devastating in a suit, still moved with that predatory grace that made my pulse jump. But something in his expression had softened. The constant vigilance had eased. He smiled more, laughed with Luca and Bella without that shadow of fear that someone would use his joy against him. He'd become the man I'd tried to destroy him into being. The irony wasn't lost on me. How was the meeting with the city planners? Yes. Productive. They're supportive of the development, especially the affordable housing component. We'll break ground in 6 months. Giovanni settled into the chair across from my desk. Yes, I had my own office in his building now, 3 doors down from his, where I ran legal compliance for all his operations. The mayor wants to be at the groundbreaking. Apparently, this is exactly the kind of public-private partnership they're trying to encourage. You're going to be in the newspapers. On the right side of them for once. Terrifying, he said, but he was smiling. Luca asked if he could come to the groundbreaking. Wants to see where Papa works. Luca was 3.5 now, curious about everything, asking endless questions about what Giovanni did and why and could he help. He'd inherited his father's strategic mind and his mother's stubborn determination, a combination that already made him exhausting to parent. I loved him fiercely for it. He should come. Bella too, even if she won't remember it. Our daughter was 2, already showing signs of having inherited Giovanni's intensity and my analytical nature. She studied everything with serious eyes, processing the world with a focus that suggested she'd be formidable when she grew up. A family affair then. Giovanni's expression softened further. I like that. We sat in comfortable silence, the kind that came from years of partnership. The office had become our sanctuary, a space where we could discuss business, plan strategy, build the future we wanted for our children. A space where the complicated history between us faded into something simpler. Partnership, respect, love that had survived betrayal and violence, and the slow, painful process of becoming people worthy of each other. Lauren. Giovanni's tone shifted, becoming more serious. There's something I need to tell you. Something I've been waiting for the right time to discuss. Unease prickled down my spine. What is it? Detective Chen called me yesterday. My heart stopped. The detective I'd worked with 2 years ago, trying to gather evidence against Giovanni. The one whose career had been derailed when my testimony became worthless. What did she want? To apologize. Giovanni leaned forward, his dark eyes holding mine. She's been working with the FBI's Organized Crime Division. Apparently, the work we did, my testimony against the Calabrese family, the information you gathered before that, it helped them build cases against 3 other major organizations. They wanted her to thank us. Officially. I stared at him. The evidence I gathered. The evidence you said was useless, carefully controlled, designed to protect you. Was all of those things. But it was also enough to point federal investigators in the right directions. To identify patterns they'd missed, connections they hadn't made. Your betrayal. He paused, smiled slightly. Your revenge attempt actually helped dismantle criminal infrastructure beyond anything I controlled. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. So I didn't fail. You failed to destroy me specifically. But you succeeded in damaging the world I operated in. Succeeded in making it harder for families like the Calabrese to function. Giovanni stood, moved to sit on the edge of my desk. Chen said you should be proud. That the work you did, even if it didn't accomplish what you intended, made New York safer. Made it possible for people like me to actually transition out because the alternatives became less viable. I didn't know what to feel. Relief. Vindication. Some complicated mixture of both. Why are you telling me this now? Because I've been carrying guilt for 2 years about outmaneuvering you. About making you feel like you failed. Like your betrayal accomplished nothing except revealing your strategy. Giovanni's hand found mine. You didn't fail, Lauren. You just succeeded differently than you planned. And I need you to know that. Need you to understand that your attempt to destroy me actually helped me become someone better. Tears pricked my eyes. That's a very generous interpretation of events. It's the truth. Your betrayal forced me to see my operations through external eyes. Forced me to recognize vulnerabilities I'd been ignoring. Made me understand that the world I'd built couldn't sustain itself long-term. He touched my face gently. You tried to destroy me, and instead you saved me. Saved us. Made it possible for our children to grow up with a father who isn't constantly looking over his shoulder. I'm not sure whether to be angry or grateful about that. Be both. Be complicated. That's what we do best. Giovanni pulled me to my feet, wrapped his arms around me despite my pregnant belly making the embrace awkward. We're disasters, both of us. Beautiful disasters who tried to destroy each other and somehow built something stronger in the wreckage. I was pregnant again. 3rd child, unplanned but welcomed, due in 4 months. Giovanni had been simultaneously thrilled and terrified when I told him, already planning nurseries and security protocols and how to manage 3 children while running a business empire. We were building a family. A real one with all the chaos and joy and complications that entailed. I love you, I said against his chest. Despite everything. Because of everything. I don't know anymore. I love you too. Always have, probably always will, even when you were actively trying to put me in prison. Giovanni kissed the top of my head. We're terrible at this relationship thing. We're getting better. We're surviving. That's close enough. That evening, we had dinner as a family at the Westchester estate. The dining room had been transformed since I'd first moved back. Less formal, more lived-in, with Luca's drawings decorating one wall and Bella's toys scattered in the corner because she refused to eat unless her stuffed animals could watch. Papa, tell the dragon story. Luca demanded through a mouthful of pasta. Finish chewing first. I corrected automatically. Then Papa will tell stories. Giovanni caught my eye across the table, something warm and amused in his expression. This was our life now. Referee duty and pasta sauce on small faces and negotiations about bedtime that required more strategy than business deals. It was chaotic and exhausting and absolutely perfect. The dragon story, Giovanni began after Luca had swallowed, starts with a very brave knight. I listened to him weave tales while feeding Bella, watched our children hang on his every word, and felt something settle in my chest. Peace maybe. Or satisfaction. Or just the simple contentment that came from having exactly what I'd wanted, even if I'd gotten it through the strangest possible path. After dinner, after baths and bedtime stories and the long process of getting 2 small children to actually sleep, Giovanni and I ended up in his study with wine and comfortable silence. I've been thinking, he said eventually, about the future. About what happens when Luca and Bella are old enough to ask questions about how I made our money, what I used to do before legitimate businesses. We tell them the truth. Age-appropriate versions, but the truth. I settled onto the couch beside him. That you operated in a complicated world, that you made choices you're not proud of but that you changed. That you became someone better because you wanted them to be proud of you. Will they understand? Eventually, children are remarkably capable of processing complexity when it's presented honestly. I took his hand, threaded our fingers together. And they'll see the man you are now, not just the man you were. That matters. I want them to have choices I never had. Want them to grow up knowing they can be anything, do anything, without violence or criminal activity being the only viable paths. Giovanni's voice carried something vulnerable. Want them to look at their father and see someone worth emulating, not someone to fear or pity. They already see that. Luca worships you. Bella lights up every time you walk into a room. I squeezed his hand. You're a good father, Giovanni. Better than you probably believe. And that's what they'll remember. Not your past, but the present you're building for them. I hope you're right. I'm always right. You should know that by now. He laughed, pulled me closer. Confident as ever. Someone has to be confident in this relationship. We sat like that for a while, comfortable and quiet, until Giovanni's phone buzzed with a message that made him tense. What is it? Victor. There's been an incident at one of our construction sites. Nothing major, probably just vandalism, but he wants me aware. Giovanni stood, already shifting into problem-solving mode. I should call him, make sure it's actually minor. And if it's not, then I handle it. Legally, through appropriate channels, without reverting to old methods. He kissed my forehead. That's the promise, remember? No more shortcuts through violence. We solve problems like civilized people now. How boring. How sustainable. He smiled. I'll be right back. I watched him disappear into his office, heard his voice carrying through the door as he spoke with Victor. Calm, controlled, managing the situation with authority that didn't require threats. This was who Giovanni Moretti had become. A legitimate businessman who solved problems through legal means, who built rather than destroyed, who protected his family without requiring violence. It was a transformation I'd tried to force through betrayal and failed. Instead, he'd transformed himself, motivated by love and fatherhood and the simple desire to be someone his children could be proud of. My revenge had failed spectacularly. But in failing, it had accomplished something better than destruction. It had created space for change, for growth, for becoming people worthy of the family we'd built. 6 months later, I stood at the groundbreaking ceremony for Giovanni's Bronx development project, holding Bella while Luca clutched Giovanni's hand and asked endless questions about bulldozers. The mayor was there as promised. Local council members, community leaders, press cameras documenting Giovanni Moretti's latest venture into urban development that would create affordable housing and jobs without extracting wealth from vulnerable neighborhoods. Mr. Moretti, what motivated this project? A reporter called out. Giovanni smiled, that genuine expression I saw more often now. I want my children to grow up in a city that works for everyone, not just the wealthy. This development is an investment in that future. Affordable housing, retail space for local businesses, parks where families can gather safely. He paused. I've been fortunate in my career. Now it's time to ensure that fortune benefits more than just my family. More questions followed about timeline and budget and community impact. Giovanni answered them all with the confidence of someone who'd spent 2 years learning to operate in legitimate business worlds, who'd transformed himself from criminal to civic leader. Watching him, I felt pride swell in my chest. This was the man I'd wanted him to be. The man I'd tried to destroy him into becoming. The man he'd ultimately chosen to become on his own terms. Mama, Papa famous? Luca asked, tugging on my jacket. Papa's building something important, I said, crouching down to his level. Something that will help a lot of people. That makes him special, not famous. I want to be special like Papa. You already are, baby. You just don't know it yet. The ceremony concluded with Giovanni putting the first shovel of dirt, Luca helping, with a child-sized shovel one of the workers had provided. Cameras captured the moment. Father and son, building something together, representing a future neither of them could have predicted 3 years ago. After the ceremony, we returned to the estate for a family dinner. Just us, no business associates or security concerns or complications. Just Giovanni and me, Luca and Bella, and the growing presence of our third child who made my movements increasingly awkward but filled Giovanni with protective tenderness. That went well, Giovanni said as we settled into the living room after the children were in bed. Better than I expected, honestly. The mayor seemed genuinely enthusiastic. Because it's a good project, profitable and beneficial. The kind of public-private partnership cities want to encourage. I settled onto the couch, grateful to be off my feet. You're officially respectable, Giovanni Moretti. How does it feel? Strange. Uncomfortable. Like wearing a suit that doesn't quite fit. He sat beside me, his hand finding my belly where the baby was active tonight. But sustainable. That's what matters. I can maintain this indefinitely without looking over my shoulder, without worrying that federal agents will kick down our door at midnight. Do you miss it? I asked quietly. The old world, the power that came from fear rather than respect? Giovanni considered the question seriously. Sometimes. Usually when I'm dealing with bureaucratic nonsense or city council meetings that drag on for hours discussing minutiae. The old way was simpler. Make decisions, implement them, move on. He paused. But no, I don't miss the constant vigilance. Don't miss knowing that any day could be the day someone decides I'm more valuable dead than alive. Don't miss operating in shadows and wondering if my children will pay for my choices. You gave up a lot to become legitimate. I gained more. His hand pressed gently against my belly. A family I can actually enjoy without constant fear. Children who can grow up normal. A partner who doesn't have to pretend she doesn't know what I do for a living. He looked at me, something soft in his expression. I gained you, Lauren. Really gained you. Not just the carefully controlled version you showed me during our first marriage. You had me during our first marriage. I had your presence. I didn't have your trust, your partnership, your complete honesty. Giovanni pulled me closer, careful of my belly. Now I have all of you, the strategic mind that tried to destroy me, the fierce mother who'd burn down the world to protect our children, the lawyer who keeps my businesses clean, the woman who loves me despite having every reason not to. He kissed my temple. That's worth any sacrifice. I let myself lean into him. Felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, the solid warmth of his body. I tried to destroy you. I know. I gathered evidence for months, worked with federal investigators, planned your complete downfall. I know. I failed. Spectacularly. You succeeded differently than you planned. Giovanni's arms tightened around me. You forced me to become better. Forced me to examine my life, my choices, what I wanted for our children. That wasn't failure, Lauren. That was the best thing anyone's ever done for me. Even though I did it trying to hurt you. Especially because you did it trying to hurt me. It meant you cared enough to invest that much effort, that much strategy, that much of yourself into destroying me. He laughed softly. Only you would turn revenge into the foundation of a better relationship. We're very dysfunctional. We're very us. That's enough. 3 months later, our third child arrived. A boy we named Marco, after the man who'd almost killed Bella but whose death had ultimately freed Giovanni to complete his transformation. It was a complicated choice. A reminder of dark history. A claim that we could take something terrible and transform it into something beautiful. Giovanni had cried when I'd suggested the name. Real tears, the kind he rarely allowed himself, understanding exactly what I was offering. Forgiveness, acknowledgement, the closure of a chapter that had defined us for too long. Are you sure? He'd asked, his hand on my belly. Marco Calabrese tried to kill our daughter, naming our son after him. We're not naming him after Marco Calabrese. We're naming him Marco Moretti, and reclaiming that name for something better. For the family we've built from ashes and violence and stubborn refusal to let darkness win. I'd taken his hand, pressed it firmly against where the baby kicked. We're survivors, Giovanni. All of us. This name is a reminder that we survived, that we transformed pain into purpose, that we refuse to let history define our future. So Marco Moretti entered the world on a clear autumn morning, healthy and loud, and immediately beloved by his older siblings who were both fascinated and slightly terrified by the tiny human who'd invaded their home. "He's little," Luca observed, studying his brother with serious consideration. "We have to protect him." "We all protect each other," Giovanni said, holding Marco with the practiced ease of a father who'd done this twice before. "That's what families do. Like you protect Mama. Exactly like that. When you're bigger, you'll help protect Mama and Bella and Marco. That's your job as the oldest." Luca nodded solemnly, taking the responsibility seriously in that way children did when given important tasks. Watching them, Giovanni with our newborn son, Luca already planning how to be a good big brother, Bella climbing onto the hospital bed to see the baby better, I felt something settle in my chest. Completion maybe. Or satisfaction. Or just the simple joy of having built exactly what I'd wanted from the ruins of what I'd tried to destroy. "We did it," I said quietly to Giovanni when we were alone that evening, Marco sleeping peacefully in the bassinet beside my hospital bed. "Did what?" "Built something beautiful. From betrayal and violence and complicated history. We built something none of us had any right to expect." Giovanni took my hand, brought it to his lips. "We built something we earned. Through survival, through change, through refusing to let our worst moments define us." He looked at Marco, then at me. "You tried to destroy me, and I outmaneuvered you. But we both lost that game, Lauren. And in losing, we won something better." "What did we win?" "Each other. Really, completely. Without the complications of our first marriage or the strategies of your revenge." He smiled. "We won the right to build this life, this family, this future. That's worth more than any victory." He wasn't wrong. I'd set out to destroy Giovanni Moretti, to dismantle his empire and watch him fall. I'd failed at that completely spectacularly, in ways that still made me occasionally cringe when I remembered my carefully planned betrayal collapsing into useless evidence. But in failing to destroy him, I'd forced him to change. And in that change, we'd both become people worthy of the family we'd built. My revenge had been completed in the strangest possible way. Not through his destruction, but through his transformation. Not through making him suffer, but through making him better. And in the end, that was more satisfying than any revenge I'd originally planned. 5 years after Marco's birth, I stood in Giovanni's office at Moretti Enterprises reviewing the proposal for his latest project, a scholarship fund for children from disadvantaged backgrounds, funded entirely by profits from his legitimate businesses. "This is ambitious," I said, scrolling through the numbers. "You're talking about full-ride scholarships for 100 students annually. That's millions in committed funds. We can afford it." Giovanni leaned back in his chair, watching me work with that particular expression that suggested he was thinking about things that had nothing to do with business. "The legitimate operations are consistently profitable. We're in position to give back to communities I spent decades taking from. Guilt-driven philanthropy. Purpose-driven philanthropy. There's a difference." He stood, moved to where I sat. "I want Luca, Bella, and Marco to understand that wealth comes with responsibility. That having resources means using them to create opportunities for others. This scholarship fund is their inheritance as much as any business, a commitment to making the world better than we found it." I looked up at him, saw genuine conviction in his expression. This wasn't performance or strategy. This was Giovanni Moretti, transformed by fatherhood and partnership into someone who actually cared about legacy beyond power and profit. "The kids will be proud of this," I said. "It's exactly the kind of thing they should associate with the Moretti name. That's the goal." Giovanni pulled me to my feet, his arms wrapping around me despite the fact that we were in his office where anyone could walk in. "I want them to be proud of their father. Want them to understand that people can change, that past mistakes don't have to define future choices, that becoming better is always possible. You're definitely better than you were 8 years ago." I had motivation. A stubborn ex-wife who tried to destroy me and instead made me realize I needed to destroy the worst parts of myself. He kissed me, soft and lingering. Best revenge I've ever experienced. I'm glad my failure worked out for you. Your failure worked out for us. Giovanni pulled back, his dark eyes holding mine. You tried to take everything from me, and instead you gave me everything that matters. That's not failure, Tesoro. That's transformation. Maybe he was right. I'd set out for revenge and ended up with partnership. Set out to destroy and ended up building. Set out to make Giovanni Moretti pay for his crimes and ended up helping him become someone worth loving without reservation. My revenge had been completed in the most unexpected way possible, not through his destruction, but through our mutual transformation into people worthy of each other. And as I stood in his arms, in the office where we'd spent years building something legitimate and lasting, I realized that was better than any revenge I'd originally planned. Because destruction was easy. Transformation was hard. And we'd chosen the hard path together. That was the real victory. Epilogue. The Garden and the Ghost. 15 years later. I found the letter on the anniversary of the day I'd first called Giovanni about Luca's fever. 18 years since that desperate midnight phone call that had changed everything. 18 years since I'd set revenge in motion, watched it fail, and somehow built something better from the wreckage. The envelope was cream-colored, expensive, with my name written in Giovanni's precise handwriting. It sat on my desk in the study we now shared, weighted down by a single white rose. My hands trembled as I opened it. Lauren, if you're reading this, I'm gone. Heart attack, probably. The doctors have been warning me for months about stress and genetics and all the ways my father's legacy lives on in my cardiovascular system. I've ignored them, of course. Some habits die harder than others. There are practical matters to address. Victor has instructions. The lawyers have documents. Everything is organized because that's what I do. I prepare for worst-case scenarios. But this letter isn't about practical matters. This is about the things I never said while I had the chance. You tried to destroy me 18 years ago. Gathered evidence, worked with federal investigators, planned my complete downfall with the same strategic brilliance you brought to everything. You failed. I outmaneuvered you, turned your betrayal into controlled information, made your testimony worthless. I've never told you how terrified I was during those months. Not of prison, I could have survived that. I was terrified of losing you. Of discovering that the woman I'd fallen in love with wanted me destroyed so thoroughly that she'd spent months gathering ammunition against me. When I caught you in my office that night, when I saw the evidence you'd compiled, my first instinct was rage. Pure, cold fury that you'd betrayed me so completely. My second instinct was to eliminate the threat. You knew too much, had too much information, were too dangerous to let live. My third instinct was love. Overwhelming, irrational love that made me realize I'd rather die than hurt you. Rather lose my empire than lose you. So I chose differently. Outmaneuvered your revenge, yes. But also gave you the chance to stay, to build something new, to become partners instead of enemies. Best decision I ever made. You gave me 18 years I never expected to have. 18 years of watching our children grow, of building legitimate businesses I'm actually proud of loving you without the complications of my criminal empire casting shadows over everything. You gave me the chance to be better. To become someone worthy of the family we built. I know you've carried guilt about the betrayal. I've seen it in quiet moments, in the way you sometimes look at me like you're still waiting for me to punish you for what you tried to do. So let me be absolutely clear. I forgave you the moment I understood why you did it. You weren't trying to destroy me out of spite or cruelty. You were trying to protect Luca from inheriting a world built on violence. You succeeded. Not through my destruction, but through forcing me to choose transformation over continuation. Our children have choices I never had. Luca's graduating from law school this spring, following in his mother's footsteps, making me prouder than I can articulate. Bella's studying urban planning, already talking about affordable housing projects and community development. Marco's still finding his path, but he's good and kind and untouched by the darkness that defined my young adulthood. They're proof that people can change. That legacy isn't predetermined by family history. That becoming better is always possible. They're proof that your revenge worked, Lauren. Just not the way you originally planned. Love you. I've loved you since the night you appeared at that hospital benefit during our marriage, looking like you'd walked out of a dream and into my complicated reality. I loved you when you left me. I loved you when you tried to destroy me. I love you still, in whatever comes after this. Thank you for saving my life in Chicago. Thank you for staying when you could have run. Thank you for giving me 18 years I never deserved but treasured completely. And thank you for trying to destroy me. It was the best thing anyone's ever done for me. All my love, Giovanni. Yes. There's a garden behind the estate's east wing. I've been cultivating it for 10 years without telling you. It's yours now. Roses and lavender and all the things you mentioned loving during our first marriage that I was too self-absorbed to actually provide. Consider it a very late apology for being a terrible husband the first time around. The letter blurred as tears fell. I sat at the desk Giovanni and I had shared for 15 years, holding the letter he'd written in preparation for a death that hadn't happened yet, and felt the weight of 18 years of complicated history pressing down on me. He was fine. Healthy. Downstairs right now, probably reviewing contracts or playing with Marco's children. Our grandchildren impossibly, because time moved faster than any of us expected. This letter was insurance. Preparation. Giovanni's way of ensuring that if his heart gave out tomorrow, I'd know everything he'd never quite managed to say aloud. Typical Giovanni Moretti. Planning for death with the same meticulous attention he'd once applied to criminal enterprises. I stood, walked to the window overlooking the grounds. 18 years since I'd moved back to this estate. 18 years of building a life I'd never imagined possible. The east wing was visible from here. I'd never paid much attention to it. Giovanni's private project, I'd assumed. Something he worked on during the few hours he wasn't managing businesses or playing with grandchildren or sitting with me in comfortable silence. Now I understood. He'd been building me a garden. For 10 years. An apology cultivated in roses and lavender. Grown with patient devotion I'd never witnessed during our first marriage. Mama. Bella's voice from the doorway. My daughter. 20 now, home from university for the weekend. She'd inherited Giovanni's intensity and my strategic mind, was already making waves in urban planning circles with proposals that prioritized community benefit over developer profit. I was absurdly proud of her. Hey, sweetheart. I thought you were at the library. Finished early. Papa sent me to find you. Dinner's almost ready and Luca's here with the twins. She moved into the room. Noticed the letter in my hands. What's that? I could have hidden it. Could have told her it was nothing, just work documents, nothing to worry about. But we didn't do that in this family. Didn't hide truths or manufacture comfortable lies. Giovanni and I had built something better than our first marriage precisely because we'd learned to be honest, even when honesty was complicated. A letter your father wrote. In case something happens to him. I handed it to her. Watched her read with the same serious focus she brought to everything. He's fine, I added quickly. This is just insurance. You know how he is. Always planning 3 moves ahead. Bella finished reading, looked up with tears in her eyes. Mama, did you really try to destroy him? Before I was born. Yes. I gathered evidence, worked with law enforcement, planned his complete downfall. No point sugarcoating it. I failed. He outmaneuvered me, turned my betrayal into controlled information, made my revenge attempt useless. But the letter says you succeeded. In ways I didn't intend. I forced him to examine his life, his choices, what he wanted for his future. I took the letter back, folded it carefully. Sometimes the best victories look like failures in the moment. Bella studied me with those sharp eyes that missed nothing. Do you regret it? Trying to destroy him? I regret the betrayal. The lying, the manipulation, the months of gathering evidence while pretending to be his partner. I moved to sit on the couch, patted the space beside me. Bella joined, tucking herself against my side like she'd done as a child. But I don't regret what came from it. Your father became someone better because I forced him to choose between his empire and his family. He chose family. That choice gave you and your brothers a childhood without constant fear. He's a good father. He's an extraordinary father. He wasn't always, but he learned, changed, became someone worthy of you three. I kissed the top of her head. That's what I'm proud of, not the revenge attempt, but what it ultimately created. Space for transformation. Opportunity for growth. The possibility that people can become better than their worst choices. You love him. Desperately. Probably more than is healthy. Certainly more than makes logical sense given our history. Smiled. But love rarely makes logical sense. Especially not love built from betrayal and survival and stubborn refusal to give up on each other. Bella was quiet for a moment, processing. I want that someday. That kind of love. Complicated and real and built on actual partnership instead of just attraction. You'll find it. Probably when you least expect it. With someone who challenges you and frustrates you and makes you want to tear your hair out. I squeezed her shoulder. Just hopefully with less betrayal and criminal empire involvement than your father and I managed. Hopefully. She stood, pulled me to my feet. Come on. Papa's waiting, and you know how he gets when dinner gets cold. We walked downstairs together, toward the dining room where Giovanni's voice carried, telling some story to Luca's twins that probably involved dragons and brave knights and all the fairy tales he'd created over the years. The family had gathered. Luca and his wife Sarah, their twin girls who were 6 and already showing signs of having inherited the Moretti strategic mind. Marco and his girlfriend Elena, young and in love and figuring out life one day at a time. Bella beside me, brilliant and fierce and everything I'd hoped she'd become. And Giovanni at the head of the table, silver threading through his dark hair now, laugh lines deepening around his eyes, looking at our assembled family with such obvious love it made my chest ache. He saw me in the doorway, his expression shifting into something softer. Did you find it? His eyes asked. He nodded. Found it. Read it. We're talking later. He smiled, that particular smile reserved just for me. The one that acknowledged our complicated history, our difficult present, our uncertain future. The one that said I love you without requiring words. Nah. The twins spotted me, abandoned Giovanni's story to run over. No was telling us about the dragon. The dragon who learned to be good. I asked, scooping them both into hugs. The dragon who was always good but pretended to be scary to protect his treasure, Giovanni corrected, coming to join us. His hand found the small of my back, that possessive gesture that had become automatic over 18 years. The most dangerous dragons are the ones who learn to love. That's a terrible moral for a children's story, Luca observed, but he was smiling. It's an honest moral. Better than pretending love is simple. Giovanni's eyes met mine over the twins' heads. Love is complicated and dangerous and absolutely worth every risk. We settled into dinner, the chaos of family meals with small children and adult conversations overlapping and dishes passing between hands. Normal. Domestic. Nothing like the life I'd imagined during those first months of planning Giovanni's destruction. So much better than anything I'd imagined. After dinner, after the family had left and the house had quieted, Giovanni found me in the study. You read the letter. I read the letter. I turned from the window where I'd been staring at the east wing, thinking about gardens I hadn't known existed. 10 years, Giovanni. You've been building me a garden for 10 years. I wanted it to be perfect. Wanted every plant established, every path laid exactly right. Wanted it to be something you could enjoy for the rest of your life, regardless of whether I'm here to see it. He moved to stand beside me. Should I have told you? Probably. But the surprise is. I trailed off, not sure how to articulate the feeling. It's very you. Elaborate, strategic, planned years in advance. I learned from the best. His arm wrapped around my waist. You spent months planning my destruction with meticulous attention to detail. I spent a decade planning your garden with the same focus. We're both ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. I leaned into him, felt his solid warmth, the steady heartbeat that the letter had suggested might stop without warning. Don't die. I'm not planning on it. Good. Because I'm not done with you yet. We have grandchildren to spoil and businesses to manage, and at least 30 more years of being complicated together. I turned in his arms, looked up at him. You wrote that letter like you're preparing for the end. But this isn't the end, Giovanni. This is the middle of a very long story we're still writing. I hope you're right. He cupped my face, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. But if I'm wrong, if my heart gives out tomorrow or next week or next year, I needed you to know. Needed you to understand that you gave me the best years of my life. That I died happy because you chose to stay. I chose to stay because leaving would have meant missing this. Missing us. Missing the family we built and the people we became. I covered his hand with mine. I tried to destroy you, Giovanni. Comprehensively, strategically, with every weapon at my disposal. And you let me fail in exactly the right way. Not through humiliation or punishment, but through showing me something better was possible. We showed each other. You forced me to change. I forced you to see that change was possible. He leaned down, pressed his forehead to mine. We saved each other, Lauren. That's what this has always been. Two people too stubborn to let destruction be the final answer. I love you, I whispered. Hopelessly, completely, against all logic and reason. I love you. I love you too. Always have, always will, regardless of what comes next. We stood like that for a long moment. Two people who'd survived betrayal and violence and impossible odds to build something worth keeping. Then Giovanni pulled back, something mischievous in his expression. Want to see the garden? Now. It's past 9. The path is lit. I may have been planning for years, but I'm not above showing off my work. He took my hand, tugged gently. Come on, Tesoro. Let me show you what 10 years of patient devotion looks like. I let him lead me outside, through grounds I knew by heart, toward the east wing I'd ignored for years. The path was indeed lit. Subtle solar lights that created ambient glow without harsh glare. And the garden was breathtaking. Roses in every color, lavender planted in sweeping curves, paths laid in stone that invited wandering, benches positioned at perfect viewing angles. A fountain in the center, water cascading over stone that had been weathered to look ancient. It was the garden I'd described once during our first marriage, in passing, during a conversation I hadn't thought Giovanni was actually listening to. He'd remembered. Had built this over a decade. Had created something beautiful specifically for me. Giovanni. My voice broke. This is yours. All of it. The way you should have been mine from the beginning. Cherished, protected, given beautiful things without requiring you to ask. He wrapped his arms around me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. I'm sorry I didn't know how to do that during our first marriage. Sorry I was too focused on control to understand partnership. Sorry it took your betrayal to wake me up to what I was losing. You're forgiven. Have been for years. I leaned back against him, felt his heartbeat against my spine. This garden is proof you learned. Proof you changed. Proof that people really can become better than their worst moments. We both did. We both did, I agreed. We stood in the garden Giovanni had built, surrounded by beauty cultivated with patient devotion, and I thought about the strange path that had brought us here. I tried to destroy him, had failed spectacularly. In failing, I'd created space for something better. Transformation instead of destruction, partnership instead of enmity, love that grew stronger through challenge instead of collapsing under pressure. My revenge had been completed in the most unexpected way possible. Not through Giovanni's downfall, but through his rise into something better. Not through making him suffer, but through forcing him to choose who he wanted to become. Not through destruction, but through the patient, difficult work of transformation. 18 years ago, standing in his office with useless evidence and failed betrayal, I'd thought I'd lost everything. Now, standing in a garden he'd built specifically for me, I understood I'd won everything that mattered. The revenge was complete. And it looked nothing like I'd imagined. Looked like love. Like family. Like two people who'd survived the worst of each other and chosen to build something beautiful anyway. Thank you, I said quietly. For the garden. For the letter. For 18 years of becoming someone I could love without reservation. Thank you for trying to destroy me. For staying when you could have run. For building this life with me despite having every reason not to. Giovanni kissed my temple. Best revenge I've ever experienced. We stayed in the garden until midnight, talking and planning and simply existing together in the beautiful space he'd created. And when we finally returned to the house, I didn't file the letter away. I kept it on my desk, weighted down with a fresh white rose that Giovanni replaced every morning. A reminder of mortality, of time that moved faster than any of us expected, of the importance of saying things that mattered before the opportunity disappeared. A reminder that the best revenge sometimes looked like forgiveness. And the strongest love was built from the wreckage of what came before. 20 years after that. I was 83 years old when Giovanni Moretti finally died. Heart attack as he'd predicted. Quick, painless, while sleeping beside me after 38 years of complicated partnership. He'd simply stopped breathing. Slipped away so quietly I hadn't noticed until morning light revealed his stillness. The funeral was massive. Legitimate businessmen and reformed criminals. City officials and community leaders. People whose lives Giovanni had changed through his philanthropic work, his development projects, his scholarship fund that had sent hundreds of students to college. Luca gave the eulogy, poised and professional, talking about a father who'd taught him that becoming better was always possible. That legacy was choice, not predetermination. That love required sacrifice and transformation and stubborn refusal to accept that people couldn't change. Bella spoke about the urban developments Giovanni had championed, the communities he'd invested in, the way he'd used wealth to create opportunity rather than just extract profit. Marco talked about dragons who learned to love, about fairy tales that acknowledged complexity, about a father who'd been honest about his past while demonstrating commitment to a better future. They were good eulogies. Honest without being brutal. Loving without being dishonest about Giovanni's complicated history. I sat in the front row, flanked by grandchildren. 11 of them now, ranging from 6 months to 28 years old. Proof that Giovanni's transformation had extended beyond his own life, creating ripples that would continue long after his death. After the service, after the reception, after the family had finally dispersed, I returned to the estate alone. Walked through rooms filled with memories, good and bad, painful and joyful, complicated in ways only long marriages could be. I ended in the garden. Giovanni's garden. The one he'd built over a decade, cultivated for 20 years after that, maintained with obsessive attention even as his health failed. It was spring. The roses were blooming. Lavender scented the air. The fountain Giovanni had built ran clear, water cascading over stone weathered by 3 decades of patient erosion. I sat on the bench he'd positioned at the best viewing angle, pulled out the letter I'd carried since finding it 38 years ago, and read it one more time. Thank you for trying to destroy me. It was the best thing anyone's ever done for me. Tears fell, but they weren't entirely sad. They were complicated. Grief mixed with gratitude. Loss mingled with appreciation for what we'd built. Sorrow softened by satisfaction that we'd gotten 38 years most people in our situation would never have expected. I tried to destroy Giovanni Moretti. Had failed spectacularly. In failing, I'd given him the motivation to become someone better. And in becoming better, he'd given me a life worth living. My revenge had been completed decades ago, in ways I'd never imagined. Not through destruction but through transformation. Not through his downfall but through his rise. Not through making him pay for his crimes, but through forcing him to choose redemption over continuation. The letter was worn now, creased from years of handling, stained with tears from multiple readings. But the words remained clear. Best revenge I've ever experienced. I sat in the garden as sunset painted the sky, thinking about revenge and love and the strange paths both could take. Tomorrow, I'd meet with lawyers about Giovanni's estate. Would make decisions about businesses and charitable foundations and all the practical matters death required. Tomorrow, I'd be strong for the children and grandchildren. Would help them process grief, answer their questions, provide the stability families needed during loss. But tonight, I was just Lauren Grant Moretti, sitting in a garden my husband had built with patient devotion, mourning the loss of a man I'd once tried to destroy and ultimately loved more than life itself. The revenge was complete. The garden remained. And in the end that was enough. End.